not? Are we on? We're not on the screen.
You have to add us to the screen. Add. Oh, you have to do this. Wait. Get rid of this.
Come here. Come on.
And
Come.
now you are.
Oh, that's really crazy background.
You don't have to have that background.
No, that's too. That's way too much. Okay, that's fine. How is everybody? Come here. Oh my gosh. Leo's being a pain in the ass. Okay, I can't see who is in the chat or anything. How do I see the chat?
Top one over to the right says chat.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Who do we have tonight? We have Cirrus. Cirrus was like first in the door, like waiting for us. It was awesome. And we have Popeye and Jelly. And we have Choozy.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, Steve? You look so
I'm
weird.
fixing it. Look, I have like red thread. Earphones. Weird.
And we have Trish. Hi, Trish. How are you? We have Bella. And we have Steve in the chat. Actually typing as Steve because, you know.
Actually, me.
He likes to type as me. Wait, Jilly, is it your birthday? Is that what you're saying?
Oh my goodness. We're gonna have to party down.
Oh my gosh. We have Dingo.
Dingo.
I hope I didn't miss anybody.
I wasn't masturbating off camera.
Oh my god.
No judgment, bro.
Oh my god. Leo, are you gonna come say hi? Come on. What is he doing? Why is he being a weirdo?
Oh, come on, buddy.
Come on. Come on. It's alright, you can come around the equipment. Come on. What is the deal? So, come say hi to everybody before we really get going here. Yeah, I want to say hi. See how everyone's doing? There's the little Leo cam. Yeah. All his cuteness.
Okay, I have to take out these headphones. That was making me kind of crazy hearing everything like a
Are you hearing it like
300
double?
milliseconds later.
Oh, yeah.
Again, like, whoa. Gets to you. Gamer for life.
Does everybody have the blue in there? I'm not in the...
Is everybody blue? Don't be blue.
Blue wrench.
Don't be sad. You have a wrench. I don't know. I'm not sure if everybody does, but...
Let's see.
What are you doing, Peaches?
Yeah, Peaches is very, very excited. I think everybody has blue, right?
It's Jilly's birthday.
It really is?
I'm just going with it. I don't even care at this point. Now I'm just excited. And it doesn't matter if it really is or not. You could tell me it was not, and I would still be equally excited.
Oh my gosh, well I hope it is Julie's birthday.
I hope so too. And I hope it's the
That's
best goddamn
awesome.
birthday she has all year.
Yeah.
Okay?
All this year.
All year long. The best birthday. That's the most you can hope for, really, when you get down to it. Happy birthday, Julie. I'm going to have to come back and play some music and serenade the lovely
Yes,
Julie Lovely.
we'll have to do some music. We'll either take a music break or we'll do... Steve, you have your phone right in front of the camera.
I don't know. This is my phone, everybody. How do you like it? It's nice, huh? I used to have a Jerry sticker right here, but it's gone now. Came off in the wash. Moss, I can't wash phones.
Oh my gosh. So, I wanted to talk about today, about how I really just don't give a fuck about what people think about me or what they say about me. And, they can call me whatever the hell they want because I don't care. And I wanted to have a discussion with you guys about that and, how you feel and, like, if you pay attention, like, when you're out in public or whatever. So I kind of wrote down some stuff, and so I'm going to read some of it off just to kind of like so you can see where my brain was going on like when I was thinking about it. I don't care what label, stereotype, or assumption. It's none of my business. Your history, your background. You come to your own conclusions. I don't care. Call me anti-vax. Call me a conspiracy theorist. A label that makes you feel more comfortable. Or does that label make you feel more comfortable? Does it make it easier to put me in your box? Make me your enemy? Make me less than you? Easier to divide? And how does that help us? Like, how does that help us move forward if people are constantly labeling us and doing all that? Can't you see we need unique ways and thoughts? I don't want to agree with everybody all the time. That's like, that's just not what I want. That's not like, that would really be boring.
Yeah.
It would be a really boring life to not be able to have like, debate and all think the same way. That would be, oh my gosh.
Charlie Brown's Rebellion.
And another thing that really has I hear a lot, especially with like other people streaming or this or that, they feel like they have to over justify when they don't agree with somebody, and like overly like I don't agree with everything that person says or whatever when they have them on their show, or whatever way. And that, to me, it's like you shouldn't even have to explain that. Like, it shouldn't even be a question. It shouldn't even be something you're worried about, because your own actions and your own words should show, where you are. And the worry about what other people are, what they think, or, like how they're, doing any of that shit, like, it just doesn't, like, it only matters if we let it matter,
Amen. Popeye said, fuck you if you don't like my hat. I am the great Wazoo.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
I concur. And Jilly, I hope you have the best goddamn birthday. Pardon my colorful vernacular. Yes, absolutely.
So for me, like, I know that people like give me double takes and they look at me weird. I wear some crazy clothes sometimes and things like that, but I don't even pay attention that they're like looking at me. Like, sometimes I'll notice, like, out of this, like, just random, like, they make it so obvious that I can't ignore it. Or, whatever the reason, that I do notice them, or someone points it out, I'm just like, whatever. Like, it just rolls off my back, like, I look at it and go, all right, well, that's, they can judge me however they want. It's not my problem. And it's really none of my business how somebody feels about you.
That's the ironic thing about it, is that people will tell you exactly what the fuck they think about. I'll tell you what the fuck I think about you, but whether it's solicited or not, really, in most cases, But it's really none of my business. So they might as well keep it to themselves, I think, but whatever. I'll come out and tell you what I think. And, that's not served me the best through my life, but...
Well, I mean, in a way, it's, it's more of like just being confident in who you are and not like, you know what I mean? Like, the people that are going to be haters are going to be haters. And if people want to call me whatever the hell they want, like, whatever.
I think there's merit to that. Like, somebody said something about, Led Zeppelin, was often confidently wrong. Like, you know what I mean? They would try shit and they would get it bad. They would do it bad and it would be horrible. But they fucking tried and they were confidently fucking wrong. And I think there's a nobility in that, certainly, if not redundancy. I don't know.
Well, I feel like a lot of it comes out of ego too.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
people like are so highly concerned about what others are thinking about them, how they're dressed, how they're this or that. And like I don't know, I don't worry about those things and probably cuz I don't give a fuck. Like so how do you know what I mean? Do you guys notice those things? Like they always say like things like dance like nobody's watching.
Yeah.
And like, when there was gigs and we were out all the time, absolutely all the time. I didn't care, but I used to pay more attention to it. Like honestly, I did. I paid more attention. I used to like, worry about my hair and my makeup and, how I was dressed and what I looked like and whatever. And now
It's a nice sentiment.
it's
though.
not like not caring about yourself.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not like feeling like no pride in who you are and not caring and like letting yourself like just be, a mess. But
But you can work it like you don't need the money and dance like nobody's watching. Fucking run it. What you see is what you get, Fuck. I like it like that. I'd rather have that than the other thing. The other thing's just confusing. Wesley Donison. I love that guy. I haven't seen him in a hot minute.
Wes, how are you? We have Popeye too.
Yes, sir. Popeye gamer.
I think people figure I'm homeless because my bike has tons of stickers and I can't. Yeah, well, you know what? Screw them. If they want to think that, then, whatever. Like, who you are. And, I mean, like, I get a lot of double takes. I notice, like, when I'm driving the van, like, stereotypically, women, don't drive these big old vehicles. And so, I mean, I notice it because I'm paying attention while I'm driving. And it's just, it's funny. It's funny to see the reactions, like, like, I'm also very short when I get out of the van, so I probably, it might be a height thing too. I had to step up to get in there. But
I don't know. I think it's important to just approach every day like real, like try to go into it like you mean it, whatever it is. I don't know. Like I try to play music and I try to mean them songs that I'm playing. Like I'm not trying to play it like I heard it in 1983. I'm trying to like just emulate the emotion of the song. Try to take on the role of the person in the song, maybe depending on the song, and just kind of like think about it in that way. Like I'm playing like little friggin' movies in my head while I'm playing music.
well, and like,
But it's real. It's as real as I can make it.
yeah, well, you're being like when you play music, the thing that I like is that you're not trying to be the person that you're like the music that you're playing. You're not trying to be that musician or, that band or whatever. Like you're not aiming for that. You're putting you into that. You know what I mean? Like you're authentic with your music and when you play, and I think that's why, it flows the way that it does and you can be so versatile is because the way that you do the music. Like you're not doing it to try to be somebody else or in someone else's shoes.
That's funny. It's just weird how you like you try, like consciously, like years ago I figured out like, all right, I'm not going to be able to fucking emulate anybody perfectly, so I might as well figure out what my fucking voice does and do that, and sing it like that, like in maybe in the style or the way of other people that I love, and you know what I mean, and try to embody that. But that's the most thought that I think I've ever put into that. In the last
Well, because it's just a natural thing for you to, you know what I mean? That's where you're probably the most you know what I mean? When you're playing, that's when you are, like that's where you're most like exposed and you're putting yourself out there to be judged. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
like,
not thinking about that judgment at all. I'm just like, this is it. take it or leave it. Either we're going to get it right and I'm not going to crash the song and I'm going to remember all the words and it's going to be cool, or it's not. Either fucking way, that's the worst thing that's going to happen, is I fucking bail on it and play a different song. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that is the worst possible scenario in what I do. So the stakes are not that fucking high, people. You know what I mean?
What's the worst that can happen? They can say, "Oh, you suck."
Yes, that's a fuck.
Oh,
yep. Like, oh, you mean because I crashed? Yeah, I do. That sucks, man. I fucking suck.
thanks
That's
for
terrible.
the, like,
Thank you.
and it's the same thing as
I'll
like
try not to next time.
being an artist. Like we can all draw the same thing, but we end up having our own styles with it, and that's how everyone can draw the same picture or whatever, or a person, but it's going to be different, for everybody's style. And, that shows through, I think, when you can see that, there is some, there's a particular style with the artist, you'll be able to identify their work because it's reflective in that way too.
Because it's like them. And I think that's also another thing about playing music, is you're the only person you can be playing that fucking music. So should try to.
Yeah, I mean, well, you put yourself out there for judgment for some of these things because that's the nature of it. Like when you do art, you're putting it out there in the world to be, to be critiqued or whatever it is that you are doing.
Yeah, Todd Rundgren is a fucking brilliant songwriter, man. There's so many different people that are just like transcend genre and stuff, and just a song craft thing, you know what I mean? Making a fucking beautiful, perfect song, you know what I mean? So many people have done it, but it's like a rare thing to just get it just right and get it so that it's something that everybody recognizes when they hear it immediately.
You're putting your phone right up in the camera.
Well,
just telling you. Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
So Jilly put up there that she likes to dress up, but she doesn't like the attention. See, but if you ignore the attention, like if you don't really pay it any mind, then,
It's me.
Huh?
It's yours. Just come out with the Todd Rundgren song.
So, I don't know. I used to feel like that a little bit, like, and be a little bit more like, I don't know, conservative with my clothes. I wouldn't say really conservative, but like a little bit more like aware and depending on where I was going. But I got rid of all the clothes that are just not fun ones. Like I just, when I worked at at the shelter, I had to wear like button up shirts and khakis and stuff like that. And when I left that job, I just got rid of all of it. And so most of what I have is, bright and funky and colorful. So
bright and funky and colorful, like you. So it makes perfect sense to me.
But yeah, Jilly, try to see if you can, push yourself to dress up a little bit more, and don't pay attention to what anybody else is saying. See, and like with Leo, he's my service dog, so he's with me everywhere. I can't go anywhere without like getting attention, like all the time now.
Leo is an attention device.
Yeah, he
oh
my gosh,
tension and he causes attention.
He does.
It's weird.
Yeah, like, and he makes me be social with people, like, but. And it's what's really cool about it, though, is that he makes me be social with people that I might not normally be social with, because he draws all the attention from like everybody from like all walks. So like me not being somebody that they might not typically interact with, it's really cool because, like when you do interact with people that might have a stereotype for a certain person and that's erased because of something like, adorable, like Leo, right? So it erases that already, like, I don't know, that filter that, there is a lot of times. Does that make sense?
I don't know. I don't like filters.
Hi, Hi, Ian. How are you? You want to get a tux? See?
Yeah, isn't there an album live in Central Park? Todd Rundgren.
Wait, who hasn't tripped enough?
Those people haven't tripped enough. Clearly. Where's that acid? I think everybody should enjoy
I like that.
a psychonautic, adventure every now and then.
Yes.
No matter how old they are, because I'm only 17 still, so.
Well, I feel like I think I might do it more than I did as a teenager, as an adult.
Yeah, slightly more. It's just more readily available. I mean, but there were binges, when I was a teenager where we would go on, I remember specifically summer of '87 was really, really high for like a long period of time. Like a long couple, not
Yeah, but weren't you
sleeping,
like,
driving to shows and like getting like an hour or two, and you could shut your eyes and fucking get.
I remember when I used to hang for like, I could rage for an entire weekend with no problem. Now it's like, oh,
yeah, that's
I
like
will
an
do it,
ordeal.
but one time I fell asleep outside in the middle of summer. We raged so much that I was so tired on a Sunday, and we were at a Max Creek show at Camp Creek, and I'm out like sitting in a freaking camp chair, and Leo's sitting in the camp chair next to me, and we both fell asleep.
Yeah.
In the middle of a show. Like, that doesn't ever happen. I'm not.
And the lady sleeping side by side in deck chairs.
Oh my God.
It was pretty funny.
It's not normal for me to fall asleep like that, though. Like, I'm not, like, the one that lays down and just goes right to sleep. I don't know. See, and Popeye said he doesn't dance if nobody is watching.
Well, we all have standards.
Sirius, why do you want to be invisible?
Sirius said I only dance when I have to pee.
Oh my gosh, Popeye. This is great. I wink at people who give me the death stare for not wearing a mask. Just be like, it's invisible.
Yeah. I've like so moved on from like giving a fuck what people think of me in a fucking supermarket without a mask.
Oh my God, it's so funny how they run away from you sometimes.
I'm just like, if you're worried about me, dude, you got fucking bigger problems in your life. Just fucking don't worry about shit. I'm just the fucking old beardo guy going by. I'm not gonna give you any kind of deathly fucking disease. These people are insane. And now, what was that thing Fiorella was saying earlier? She was like, they showed the thing that showed that they had named the thing, like, in 2020 that they're claiming.
Oh, yeah. Well, we don't need to say any,
YouTube.
It's like a space alien
Make
name.
idiots out of people. Making idiots out of otherwise bright, articulate people. Thank you for that.
Okay, so how could some people be exempt from the law due to the judgment projection of others? That's a good question. What do you think of that?
I don't think anybody's excluded from change. Change and evolution is constant in all things at all times.
But what about, due to the judgment and projection of others?
Well, that may intersect with it, and it may intensify it or decrease it, depending on how you apply force to that universal law. But I think that universal law does not change. I think it's still constant.
Well, I think it's also like a matter of how much you're exposed to it and like your own past.
I think I have my mic off.
Oh. They say they can't hear you?
Can't hear me.
Your mic is muted.
My mic is muted. That's
On
why.
the thing.
No. Oh, yeah, but if you do that.
Why is... I thought this mic was supposed to be working. That one should be working.
It should be.
Is that one working?
I don't know. Check 1, 2. Can you hear me now?
Are you just too far from it?
I could be. I could be too far. Now I'm too close. I don't know.
Can you guys hear him?
Can you hear me? Can you not? Because maybe, yeah. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Well, I want to make sure that they can hear you as you're talking too.
I think it's because how I have this muted. If I
Do you have?
this,
Why don't you put the iPad all the way down silent? Maybe it's the iPad itself. Make sure the volume's all the way off.
That's what I was trying to do.
Are the headphones put in all the way? Because it shouldn't be doing the looping.
That's the mic, right?
Yeah, they said they can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. So
Good enough.
what were we? So, okay. So the judgment and the projection of others. So I don't think anybody's exempt from it. I think that people get more used to it. But I mean, it can be easy to get like self-conscious when you're around people that you're not used to too, like you're not familiar with. I don't know. I know that I used to be a lot more like self-conscious and you know, worried about, you know, just how I personally looked. And I think that in you know, who I was around, but I also, you know, I think it also depends on our you know, our background and you know, how we were raised, how, you know, what influences we had on ourselves too. Like what influences had a part in that, you know, because if you grew up and where you were on the stage, or you were used to it, or you were in that spotlight, or you had that personality too, right? Because Steve, like, you know, he just goes up on stage like it's nothing.
I just never had any kind of inhibition about that. I just was like, okay, time to sing, time to play. Fucking, if you don't want to hear it, then don't stand here because I'm gonna make some noise now. I think that's always, ever since the Cub Scouts, man. First time on stage of the Cub Scouts, and we had to sing, and I was like, all fucking loud, uncontrollable fucking voice, you know, at the time, because I had no kind of control over it. But I was loud, and I thought it was great. I enjoyed it.
Wait, Jilly has a video?
I always dance. Did you see my video posted? Where? Give me goddamn videos.
I would dance like all the time. Like, oh my gosh, if we were out 3 times, or, you know, it doesn't matter, however many times out we were out a week, I was dancing, and I would be dancing for the entire night. Yes. And I would get everybody else going too. Like the people that didn't want to get on the dance floor, they would come on the dance floor, and they would also come on the dance floor because a lot of times Leo would be like either on my shoulder, like a parrot, or he has a bag, like a pouch that I made for just that. And he would go to sleep in there too. But yeah, he always drew people onto the stage. He makes me be social. It's part of what he's supposed to do. But oh my gosh. Yeah. Before him, it wasn't as, I guess I wasn't always as comfortable. Like I was comfortable, and I'd be comfortable dancing and going out with my friends and all that stuff. But like he made me like become even more comfortable with that kind of thing.
All right. Let's see. Richie has a show on RT right now. We just watched him a little while ago on the last live stream he did.
Wait, what is this? In the coming weeks and months, traveling the right road and taking your own errant path will be the same thing. Nice. Okay.
Well, it's nice when
the stars align.
When the errant road comes up to your feet. Let's see. Popeye's hair was half as long as Glory Jones's and a little bit less curly.
Glory has glorious hair.
Yeah.
Yes, Jilly. Yeah, like the art classes. I'm like way behind on you guys. Yeah, but when art classes, they all draw the same thing, but it all like is different. I've done those classes. My friend around the corner from me, she does those like the wine and sip, or we did them at like campgrounds and stuff like that. Well, before all the freaking stupid shit.
Before the fake fucking
crazy
nazes. I've vowed to not get us kicked off of YouTube by saying
I'm great at drawing flies.
I'm great at drawing flies.
Oh my gosh. Did you guys ever see that kid that like spray painted like there was like a whole thing about who spray painted all the fucking penises everywhere?
Who put the dicks everywhere?
There was like a whole show or something on this kid, like whether or not he did that at school.
If you reach behind there and just press the button on the amplifier, it won't make that noise anymore, I don't think.
What, turn it off?
Yeah. The one on the amp, like, click.
We don't need that for the mics?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, we need that not for the mics. That's true, Wesley. Just remember, no matter where you go, there you are.
Yes.
I always drew upside down crosses that said Black Sabbath in them. And what else? Pictures of Frank Zappa's face. Like this. Can you see it? Can't really. It's really hard to fucking...
Oh, Julie, I don't want you to be something you're not. I was just saying, like, just maybe try, just if you wanted to challenge yourself or push yourself. But, like, you don't need to do that. Like, it's not like a have to thing. It's just if you felt more comfortable, like, to do that, then I would say, I would support you in pushing yourself to do that. If that's your goal, if that's something you want to do. Oh, that's cool. Graphic design.
That's fucking intense. You get a first edition Hendrix poster. Sick.
Yeah, that is really awesome.
B.S. Adams. That is cool. Are you going to send it to Rich Medhurst? That's fucking beautiful, man. That's really cool of you, but goddamn. He does do some good work, though, that boy.
I like that. I have just stoned on the floor with headphones.
Is this close enough? Jilly, can you hear me now? Testing. Checking testers. Check testers. Yeah, fuck that, man. Keep that fucking poster, dog. That's crazy talk.
Yeah, that is really, like...
That's really cool, though. You got any good Grateful Dead ones? You want to...
Oh, Claudia said that Richard wasn't doing as much streams just because they've been, like, super busy with, like, work and everything.
Yeah. Rich is, like, single-handedly taking on the fucking... the country of Spain and the CIA. Like, what the fuck, dude? Christ almighty, these people, like, who's going to bring down imperialism? Let's go. Can we all just have one big concerted effort to just kick imperialism in the nuts? Please? Are you an nincompoop? I just think a good old heave ho. You know.
Wait, is that? Oh, see, these things move on me.
Yeah, they move.
Yeah, I'm gonna honor feelings. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yours and others. Absolutely.
I'm gonna talk closer to my microphone.
Chili said that was better. Yeah, I never want anybody to replace like my thoughts or, my experience, and my thoughts based on my experience with yours. I don't want you to do something that wouldn't make you comfortable, but I would push you to do it if you do, you know what I mean? If that's something you would want to do, then.
See, that's where we differ, because I would like to urge everybody to get naked and dance around. Fuck it. Come on. What do you say?
I wasn't saying anything about that.
Fine. I was just saying. We can also don't have to do that. But I'll still talk closer in the mic. Thanks, guys. I didn't realize the gain was like so much lower on this one and than the other one. But okay.
So what do you guys think about when like you hear all these labels being put on everybody, and everybody seems to have to like justify why that's not how they feel? And I know that everybody probably needs to say it at some point, like that's not true. But to what end do we do that? And like where we're not giving energy towards that, that's negative, but still being able to like clarify that, like even on like social media, it's like if you support somebody for one thing that they're doing, it's like you'll get that pushback like, oh, well, you shouldn't platform this person because of this or that. And, oh, well, these things that they feel. And it's like, you don't have to agree with everything somebody says, and then you get attacked for it. And it's like, where do you go from there? So like, how much pushback do you give on that? How much energy do you put towards that when it's, when somebody else is doing that? It reminds me of like, when, being a kid, sticks and stones may hurt my bones, and then like it goes in that whole, like words or violence thing. And words can be violent
names will never hurt me.
Yes. Names will never hurt. And words can be violent in situations where they're used in an abusive way, like more like I think of like the domestic violence, and it can come from either genders in a controlling and abusive way where those words are used as manipulation, right? But that's different than like just the stuff that people say, like, on social media, or having to constantly clarify how you really do feel about something.
I think most of the issue is that putting things in text and using, emojis to try to fucking portray emotion is just like silly. And, some people can do it really well, but I don't know, man, how you convey proper feeling.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have to figure out how to articulate it to the, like, because you can misinterpret
that's where the
so
clarification
much.
lies. That's where you have to clarify a lot of times. Like, I meant this, and even saying what it was you meant, you could still say it in a way that wasn't clear. So it's like,
well, yeah, and it's their interpretation of what you're saying.
And now, are you changing what you were saying, and whether they believe what you said in the first place? It's a fucking rabbit hole.
Yeah, I mean, like,
so I don't think you can invest too much energy into it. I think you have to, at least on its face, if you recognize it for what it is and you do choose to interact with people, then, you should at least, somewhat try to make people understand what the fuck you're saying. Whether it takes a whole nother post to do it, or several fucking emojis, I don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean, because we have to remember that, people take things all sorts of ways, and based upon how they come to the table, how their day was, you know what I mean? You don't know what necessarily that person's going through or how they're interpreting what you're saying. And that could be hard. But like when you are talking to other people and you want to, bring the divide back in. So, everybody's like, yeah, we can't have all this division. But then you get people that they shit on you for what that person thinks otherwise, even though it might not be your belief. And then right. How much do we how much do we have to, I don't think we should have to be apologetic about,
what other people say,
what other people are doing or saying. And, having to clarify that over and over. Does that just give does it bring value to what they're saying if we allow that? How much effort do we put into that?
Welcome, John, to Emily Transition, who just subscribed it. Vlog.
How are you? And we have Oz in here.
The Ozmeister. Brother Oz. Bella Grease. It's really nice to have all you hanging out, and thanks for joining us.
And we have Vicky in the house.
Chili Love, it's a birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Jilly, again, because we love to celebrate birthdays here and on Steve streams. We love all you guys. Seriously. Time. Yes. There was something that also I was writing about that really kind of triggered me the other day. And, it was about the houseless community and all the judgment that goes on there, and how much people assume that the people that are houseless don't pay taxes, or that they're all using drugs, or all these stereotypes when it comes to that. And it makes me go, the same thing. They're labeled as all these things, and
they're all individual people with individual things going on, and you can't say a whole bunch of people are anything.
Yeah.
Or accuse them of patterns of behavior. You can certainly have a personal experience where you ran into a homeless guy that you gave some money to, and he went and got some drugs. That could be a thing that happened. But that doesn't mean that, that's every single person that you interact with on that level, because there's so many people just trying to stay alive and fucking lost their ass and lost their house. And, this fucking COVID-19 has kicked their snots out of people, man. And other people benefited fucking greatly from it. So it's just it's so lopsided. There's no one way to call it. And you should never call a whole group of people anything. Painting people with broad strokes is just not how people are. People are fucking nuanced, evolving creatures. We do fucking weird shit, and we do predictable shit too that you can stereotype, sort of. You know what I mean? You have to evaluate that stereotype every single time. Otherwise, it's not really valuable. You're not really taking advantage of what it is that is a stereotype in the first place.
Yeah, it's really hard when it comes to, the stereotypes of the people, and especially, the houseless community. For people to say, oh, they shouldn't be in the parks. Well, where should they be? Do you not, why do they not want them there? Because we pay more taxes than, I think that was the rich thing. People.
That was the thing that triggered you, was listening to people, of decent means go, I had to get the fuck out of San Diego because there was homeless people everywhere, man. I couldn't take it anymore. What? The fuck are you talking about? How much help are you fucking, what are you doing? What are you talking about? That's fucked up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I would just say that's fucked up.
And when people don't push back on it, like when there's somebody that's a good person in the room and they don't say anything about what is, wrong that is happening, like when something is being said, like I want to challenge that. I want to challenge, the silence and not sticking up for the people that, don't have a voice in that moment. And when we can have a voice, and that's just, I think it's so important to make sure that we are authentic enough where if we see something that's wrong, we are going to stand up and say something, and we're going to be like the positive thing in our, with everybody we interact with.
Try to be. Anyway, try to attain some kind of semblance of that. If you can get your shit together well enough to help your brother and your sister along, why the fuck wouldn't you? You know what I mean? What else are you doing? That's all I'm saying. Like,
I feel like when people see somebody like flying a sign or asking for, money, and they're like, they're like, oh, well, they judge where they think that money's going to be spent. And to me, it's like, it doesn't matter. It's not for me to decide what they desire with what I give them. You know what I mean? I don't, I try to give other things besides, just cash. But if somebody's going to go buy a bottle of booze with the money, I'm not going to judge them, because that might keep them warm that night.
Yeah, I'm not.
That might keep them from getting shakes. If they go to buy drugs, they might not be sick. They might not do something worse to get what they need.
Anybody for fucking anything, unless it's something, really fucking disgusting and deviant. You know what I mean? Like something that crosses the moral fucking line. The point is that people need to fucking do what they're doing. They're trying to do the best they can. So if you can help them, why wouldn't you? That's all I'm saying.
I mean, like, you can literally, one of the best things to get, like, people in the houseless community is, like, things like necessities, like real necessities, like things like socks.
Socks are like golden. If anybody's spent any time out on the road, as a truck driver or a parking lot kid, fucking concerts on the road with Fish or fucking Dead or whatever, Panic, something like that. They're like a commodity that you can literally take and like, bro, I got a 10-pack of tubes, man. You can trade them for good things. It's like, it's a really positive thing.
Another cool thing to do is when you have like, like if you're going to get rid of a bag or a purse or something like that, then you can always throw stuff together in a bag, and, like things that are like easy, like trail mixes and sunflower seeds, and just things like a basic washcloth and soap, bar soap, very simple things like that. You can throw those in there, and then, if you see somebody that needs it, you just, you give it out to them.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
And I also think that even if you don't have anything to give them, or, you don't want to for whatever reason, like whatever the reason, you don't have to give them physically something, but you can give them a look and a smile and acknowledge that they're another human, instead of not like, eyes forward. People tend to do that a lot, just like ignore it. But I've had some of the most amazing conversations with like people that have been in the lowest of situations, amazing conversations with vets, on the streets, that were houseless, and places that we just randomly stopped. Like, you never know what somebody's going through in their day, and it can, a smile or just a hi, or, a nod, it can change somebody's entire day. Like, I've had bad days, and something like that, like, it cheers you up, and it's free. Smiles are free, and they're really worth a lot, especially like with everybody being so divided. It's like, I want to bring back the things that, that my mom instilled in me as a kid, like you wave to your neighbors and you say hi and that sort of thing.
That's fucking harsh.
Well,
saying that community boards and people being assholes on community boards and about, homeless folks.
it makes me so sad. Like, because I've been homeless myself. When I was a teenager, when I was, an adult, and when I had, when my daughter was little. She's going to be 18. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, guys. But, like, I've worked with the community. I've worked within my community. I've worked at, well, that didn't work. I didn't get paid within my community. That was all volunteer work. And I did volunteer work with the local soup kitchen and churches and stuff. And, like, they're, like, the kindest people. And not everybody is, like, it just frustrates me so much that they get looked down upon. How is having a house, your income makes you a better person? Once again, that's reinforced. And we all have a home. We were born on our home. The planet is our home. And we should be able to live on our home. Like, that's just all there is, like, to it. Like, it should. And then I've been watching stuff about, like, Scientology lately, which is crazy. I did not realize how deep that goes. But what are you doing?
I'm reading chat.
Oh. But I'm like, so all these churches, they keep buying up all these buildings, and they're tax-free, and nobody's using these buildings, and they're completely empty, and they're everywhere. I'm like, imagine how many people could, like, live in these Scientology buildings. Like, if they, you know what I mean? If they want to be such a good church, then they should open all those buildings up and let people live in them.
Yeah, that'd be tremendous.
But not impose,
imagine
impose that on them,
but imagine the reels they could make, just moving, touching saga fucking motion pictures of, the plight of the poor people in the Scientology's grand, beautiful building, How beautiful would that be? Like that, I mean, for Scientology, to just get more people in, because that's the whole scam. That's the whole hustle.
Yes,
get all the money, make you pay for your education. They'll tell you about it, what it's going to cost you. And then they tell you, and then it costs you. And then you got to relearn it because they changed everything. And then you got to repay for it as well. So
Scientology.
It's a little pricey. The Scientology is wicked pricey. I think you're probably right, Choosy, with the Jesuit thing. I honestly have thought along those lines for like a long time, but I don't understand how you fucking take out all the fucking things that you need to take out in order to make a real carnation revolution.
So, John to Emily put up that, they were homeless once. And yeah, that's a really hard thing. And when you are homeless, you are likely to repeat that. If you have children, your children are likely to repeat that. So it becomes a generational thing, and it becomes something that's really hard to get out of.
Yeah, the generational thing is really fucked up. That's also talking about the fucking trial that's going on right now. The majority of those girls that they fucking snagged were all from little poor fucking towns in resort areas, like over the bridge from fucking, Miami and Cocoa Beach and all of these like high income fucking places. Like, they're super, super expensive along the intercoastal highway and stuff. And they would like snatch up girls, and some of their parents were poor as fuck and trying to come up, so they turn their fucking kids out to these fucking rich motherfuckers. And it's gross, man. I think that's fucking heinous. The fact is, the whole system that built that needs to fucking come crashing down. That's what I think, personally. The whole thing that allows for a fucking, an Epstein or a Clinton.
Careful what you're saying.
Well, I'm not saying anything more than anybody else has ever said.
I know
I'm just saying that.
They got us for
That's how I
copyright, and they already messed with my channel. So.
I think it does, though. I mean, in order to try to circumvent that sort of scenario, then it all has to start over.
So Charlie was saying that it got to the point, where he wanted to do suicide at 9. That's, yeah, I've been there. And like the labels that get put on you for having been in that place, or been like when I was homeless with my daughter, we would call it like the ranch, like when we were out in public, because we were so embarrassed to say, that we were homeless. And, like we were lucky to have the shelter that we did have. But I mean, like I absolutely like tried to hide that because it wasn't something, like you're looked down upon so much if you, if you are different in any way or anything. And then like if you were without a house and like you wanted to just live like at a campground with your kids or something like that, that would also be something like if you don't have an actual structure for your kids to live in, like you could get, in trouble, with authorities for that. And it's like it doesn't make any sense to have so many places that are open, to have so many people judging other people about not being in the situation. Like people don't expect, you know what I mean? Like you don't say, oh my God, I'm just going to sell everything and go live in a tent and hope the police don't come and bulldoze me, Like imagine if the parents that were so upset about their kids being at a park, imagine if they went there and made it, instead of like, oh, don't see what's happening. Like, I don't want to go there because this is happening. Imagine if they were like, let's go help the people that are there. Let's go bring them some water. Let's go bring them,
John sang a song. I said, imagine. I don't know. I thought going in, Choosy, that real hippies didn't wear socks. But come to find out, they do. They do with Birks and Keens.
Steve wears his Keens with socks. I make fun of him all the time.
I gotta be me.
Yeah, Jilly, have you seen what is it that they have like that? It's like a cement. What is it called? Is it like concrete, like jungle, or like not concrete jungle? It's it's that whole community. Like where they're out in the middle of nowhere. Do you remember? It's like New Mexico or Arizona or something. Where they had that whole community of people that like they kind of made it like their own land. They all like lived cooperatively together out there.
God damn it. Not Mormons, but the other guys.
They weren't. It wasn't religious. It was just
wasn't?
people that no. It was just people that lived out in the desert. Remember, like it was. They had campers out there, and they all had dogs, and they shared. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
The Slab City. That's what it is. Yeah.
Slab City. Yes. Yes.
That's what it was. They lived out there on the Slab City, and people had their little spots and off grid a little bit. But there's no such thing as off grid anymore, so that's kind of a drag. But I mean, you can make it hard for them to get to you, I guess. Harder.
So, Ian,
how about senators screaming that everybody is selfish if they're not doing the thing that he's screaming about?
Wait, who?
You didn't see that? Like earlier, I saw that.
Oh,
Never mind.
Did I miss it?
I'm changing the subject back to whatever you were talking about.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, the unhoused is the preferred terminology.
Unhoused is proper nomenclature.
Well, I mean, that's what I like to use. I mean, it's not like you're homeless. You're on your, like, that infers that, you lost something, like my home is the planet. I live on the planet. I might not have, you know what I mean? I have a roof over my head, right? And I'm so grateful for that. Like every day, I'm grateful that I have a warm place to sleep in the cold, and I have a roof over my head, and I have food to eat. I'm grateful for that every day. I wake up and I say, I'm giving another day, and like I'm here, I'm breathing, obviously, and I have a chance to do better today than I did yesterday and make a better, a better difference, not bigger difference today than I did yesterday. And it can just be like, a simple thing, and we don't have to be too hard on ourselves, but as long as we try. It's simple too. It can be something really simple.
Try not to step on Legos. I'm just
Oh
gonna say
my
that
God,
right now.
yeah.
Try not to. They hurt your feet. It's true.
Oh, choosy. 4 lonely years later. Wait, what did I miss?
I would love that. That would be nice if we could just. I just see. You got Choosy's thing up on the thing, and I'm reading the one that just went by.
Oh,
That's weird. It's like I'm so far ahead of you.
sorry. Yeah, teasing in school, gamer, that can be just as like, it can be just as awful,
I don't
like,
know. Teasing or getting a fucking cracked in the fucking lip, or in your nose. Which worse?
I don't know. I guess which way you internalize the scars of that. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
it
like
depends on how it happens, I guess.
It's the trauma, I think, is the thing that hangs out the longest.
Like
You may not remember the pain, you know what I mean, after it happened, but you'll remember, oh, fucking the shock of it, just stunned, like, whoa, that motherfucker punched me in the nose.
Well, yeah, because if I hear, and I have, if I hear a belt snap,
Yep.
That's like, that hits a
Trigger.
nerve with me. Well, you push that back, I think, or the cat. That hits a nerve with me, and like it's a reflex, instant reflex. If I hear a belt, and like I was raised with the, if you want something to cry about, and we were talking about this earlier. Just I get embarrassed about crying still, even though I know that it's completely healthy, and I encourage people, like, don't be embarrassed. To cry and be authentic with that. And it's okay. And I'll tell, that same advice to somebody else. And then, I still struggle with that myself, and even the things I'm struggling with, I try to encourage others to, to challenge themselves on that too. Like it's their own choice, their own internal choice. But, if that's something that you struggle with and you want to get past it, try to just take, a little bit of a push. And it's awful that your feelings are you're told to push your feelings down and not don't give that don't give I don't even know, like, don't give any more time to how you're feeling, or talk about it, or communicate. It was like, no, you're supposed to be seen and not heard, and you're supposed to shut up. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what you guys are saying. Yeah, that's awesome. If you have $5 or $10, that can mean a lot.
Fuck yeah.
What is going on here? The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil. Yeah, no, yeah. Victims of brutal, neglectful system are definitely not to blame. Oh, there's the rest of quote. Wow, Charlie said it was murder of his father and going into hiding after that set the stage for all the other shit to hit me with no defenses. Now you're chatting with the living dead. Though creator knows I try.
Well, we're happy you're here, dude.
Yeah.
Charlie
yeah.
Brown.
You're you were all amazing people. And I want you to always remember that. And if you're ever feeling like, like you need to hear that, if you're feeling down, then, reach out. We have an amazing family that I'm so grateful for everybody. And I'm so grateful that, being part of this and getting to know everybody, it makes me so happy. And I hope I hope you guys like it too. And, I want to know like the other things that you guys like to do also, like we need that space to talk about things where it's not all just the really, all that heavy political stuff, but talk a little bit more, let the conversation flow where we need it to be. But yeah, Charlie, that's wow. That's crazy. Yes. Oh my gosh. There. Did you guys see what happened with CNN Como? That guy. He was what did they say? They made him resign indefinitely. Not resign, they suspended him indefinitely.
Indefinitely.
Like, why wouldn't you just say like dude got fired?
Like, dude got 86th. But they didn't know anything about like if him and his brother were really in cahoots with each other or anything. They said, and I'm like, no, they were doing Q-tip gags. They had Q-tips, giant Q-tips. I remember seeing somebody was goofing on.
Yeah, Charlie, I'm sorry you went through all that, Charlie. Like, but we're here for you. I mean, look at how far you've come though, and you're here, and you do beautiful music. Yeah, the Scientology family disconnect policy is really weird. Like you're considered, what is it, a submissive person or not? What is it? What is it that they call you in Scientology? Like when they won't, suppressive person or something.
Suppress you. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's how they keep people in there. And they from what I've seen is that there's a lot less people in Scientology than they claim, and it's nuts. It's nuts. Like pure torture of people in slave labor, and they get tax exempt status. Like I was looking into all like when I was seeing that they were they're tax exempt and how many buildings they have and the way they treat people. It's like that's completely against the tax, like the reason why you get tax free. like you're not supposed to be like, causing harm in the community and to people. And like, they know, like there's been investigations and there's evidence and everything. And yet that church uses its money to send PIs after people, like, like 10 years, like just constant.
Maybe there'll be some justice, Jilly. She said the trial's happening. Maybe there'll be some justice. Smollett, Killer Cop, Potter, Cuomo. There's a bunch of different ones. Ghislaine.
Ugh, she's so gross. We have Wobbly. How are you? Yeah, signed. Definitely an evil cult. It's pretty crazy. Like it's. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like really far behind, aren't I?
You are.
I'm sorry, guys. Let me try to catch up. Yeah, that's another thing. Like when we can't make enough money, right? We can't make enough money to survive. But then, if you need help because you can't make enough money to survive, you're shit upon then too. It's. I feel like people talk about the problem a lot, but not how we get to that, how we got there, like, and how we need to be preventative and not always reactive to everything.
Yeah, we don't, like, why we're meant to feel ashamed for trying to rely on, people for other people for assistance. Like, since millennia, people have worked together to do things. Like, you need a community of people. That's why we jones for people so bad during this pandemic, and we're made to stay at home and shit. They know what kind of psychological fucking with us that is, and that's why they do it. Because they're fucking, monsters.
Listen, I don't. Not all hippies wear underpants. I don't think. I don't think all hippies wear underwear.
Not all of them.
I think some of them do. I think some of them
socks.
do, like sometimes. And
I've heard of some really weirdos. Like,
but if you wear a sock on your cock like Anthony Kiedis, I don't think that makes you a hippie, though.
No. No. I don't know what that makes you. I don't think it makes you a chili pepper.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Does that make you a chili pepper?
Your cock in a sock may look like a chili pepper, but that's an entirely different subject.
I'm not challenging anybody to do that. Like, just say that's not a challenge. I mean, like, if it's your thing, then do your thing. But, it's okay.
Yeah,
I won't judge you. I just don't.
If you have an Anthony Kiedis allergy, just forget all about it.
Yeah, did Katie Holmes, did she divorce Tom Cruise? I don't watch like celebrity stuff, guys. Like, it's like so many of them could pass me on the street and I'm like, I don't even know who that is. It's funny. Like, other people would be like freaking out looking for autographs, but I'm just like, I would probably end up just talking to them just because, Leo, he's a cute little dog, so everybody wants to talk to him. Leo has, like, a fan club wherever he goes. Yeah, I was, bringing up, like, we were talking earlier about, John to Emily said, the richest country in the world, we have homeless vets sleeping in tents. And yeah, the thing too that is crazy is, like, I've talked to people around the world in different places, and their belief of what we have in this country is nothing like what we really have in this country. And it's, you can't compare the homelessness to homelessness in other places, because I think that everything is bad, and we can't compare that one place is worse than the other. But what I can say is it all comes back to, a lot of it right back to, within the U.S. and the government. So we have to examine where we can try to help that. I think that there would be a ripple effect. If we can make change within the U.S., then we can have a ripple effect to all these other countries that we are involved with.
I don't know.
Well, it depends, what we get done. I mean, we have to get a whole new structure. And I don't know if we'll see that, in our lifetime, but I won't give up. I can't pass this on willingly to future generations like it's been passed on to us. And that means all of us. I'm not saying any generation before mine is guilty, but it's just been a continual thing. And we got to stop that cycle. Same way that we stop the cycle of, we evolve as humans, we have to just stand up and say no. And it just takes one of us to start it. So we already have a large amount of people. We need to figure out ways to communicate where it's not going to be completely smashed and censored before we can even get anywhere. I don't know. It's a hard thing to try to figure it out. But Choosy has some really awesome ideas about having a carnation revolution, and Choosy's going to come on and help us understand that better. And I want to welcome everybody to come on the show and, let me know. And if there's, things that you want to talk about, let me know. I feel like this is for everybody. And it's important that we have this as a community space. Yeah, what's funny? The hippies were always kind of oh yeah, them hippies. Man, hippies were anti-war and they were about fun things and music, the things that they put hippies down in this, they made it oh my gosh, they protested. It was a bad thing. The propaganda even around that, it's oh, you don't want the peaceful people? You don't want the people that are for that? How is that? It's the people that have good interests were the ones that were always, we're always the bad ones. How the fuck is that? And I don't feel like we have more evil people than we have, good humans.
Choosy people choose to be choosy. That's what Aram said.
Choosy chooses to be choosy. I think it's gonna be it's gonna be really hard, I think, to get people who are, anti-authoritarian to reach out to the military. I think that's going to be a challenge. If we want to try to get the military with us, I just think that's going to be a challenge. I grew up as a military brat. I really don't do well with authority. And I mean, I can talk to them. I will, if it's needed, I will talk to them. Absolutely. I'll talk to anybody, because that's the only way we're going to challenge our thinking and our process and really get anywhere with people is.
Aram's doing it without a wrench.
Oh, no. No, there's two.
And catalytic sensor.
I'm doing it. Did you guys should have one now.
Wrench, but you better not pick it. It only grows when it's on the vine. Handful of thorns and you know you missed it. You lose your love when you say the word mine. Mine, mine. I wanna go to an old hoedown far away from a western town. Pick me up if my feet are dragging. Give me a lift and I'll hay your wagon.
Very nice. 90 in the shade, 1:30 p.m. and having a beer. That's awesome.
Crazy Rainbow Kids. He's like, Charlie Brown says, I'll tell you what, some local youth in mini monster trucks showed up to that Colorado gathering I mentioned previously, and they stormed a camp. A few discharged handguns in the air before dismounting.
Wait, what? Where?
The Rainbow Gathering in Colorado.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And kids gets rowdy sometimes. I seen it. I seen them crazy kids down there. You're way behind chat.
I am really behind. I'm
Wow,
sorry,
this is
guys. I don't want to miss what you guys are saying. Sorry.
Love is a rose, but you better not pick it. It only grows when it's on the vine. Handful of thorns and you know you missed it. Lose your love when you say the word mine. I wanna go to an old down far away in a western town. Pick me up if my feet are dragging. Give me a lift and I'll hay your wagon. Love is a rose. Love is a rose. Love is a rose. Love is a rose.
Oh, you see that? The 15th of December, all services and shops require job passport to use. Oh, man.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? It seems like people are definitely not just sitting there taking it in Australia, at least from the footage I can see. It seems like it's just getting bigger and bigger. People saying, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Oh, Charlie Brown, you are just so sweet. Do you see what Charlie put? You are all awesome people up in here. The space is truly wonderful lifeline. Thank you from mine heart. Yes. Oh my gosh, Julie said, yeah, like I have a whole thing written down about how I want to talk about like the girls wear pink and boys wear blue. You know, that whole thing. What?
If you got he said, are we taking people on a panel today? And I said, of course. Would you like to come on?
Oh yeah, who wants to come on?
Wobbly Boost.
Oh, cool. Yes. Where do I do that?
Fucking God, nothing but bad ideas, she says. How do you want me to send that? Is there a way to send that? You just got to have an email or something to send them.
The invite, right?
Send them an invite, yeah.
Oh my God.
Anybody else for that matter, like Jilly Love, happy birthday once again.
I know, happy birthday. Yeah, does anybody else want to come on? I just need a link or an email or whatever, and I can send you an invite to StreamYard.
There you go.
What?
You said you could email it at wobblyboost@gmail.com.
Okay. I'm just trying to get down here, guys. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I am so far behind.
Well,
if you are still in here, good night.
Hopefully this doesn't sound horrible with the, guy banging on the guitar while she's talking.
All right, am I getting down? I think, oh, I can see I'm getting a little bit closer, I think. I'm trying to...
Scientology's got Jesuitism written all over it.
Okay, how do I...
Okay.
Okay, I gotta...
Pretty sure that's correct. Did you figure it out?
I think so.
Okay. Wobbly was going to take a shower or something first, then he'll be back in 10 minutes, he said.
Okay. Let me just do this then, do the invite. It's WOBBLY BOOST @gmail.com. Makes me wish I could play. Oh my gosh, clip. I'm trying to touch the screen, guys.
Don't touch the screen. It's not one of those.
Okay.
Just like the one in front of me, I don't even have the impulse to touch it, but it is one of those. God damn it.
See that?
Can't get it together with the technologies.
Okay. Charlie Brown. We have the same favorite color.
I don't know how the sound is coming across there, gamer. If it's
Oh, Charlie Brown, if you want to come on, I just need like an email or something for you, or I can send it. I can do it to your Twitter or whatever. But I just have to give you a link. Can I just give? Oh, I can't put it in the chat, right?
I don't think so. You might. I don't know. Maybe. Then anybody can click on it.
Yeah, I don't know if that works that way. Plaid. Popeye's favorite color is plaid. I have my friend. I have my friend. My friend Chucky. He used to work on the van with me. He died a couple. It would be 3 Valentine's days back. This year, this February. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. It's crazy how fast that time goes. But yeah, that was his greaser flannel that we used to work on vehicles with. And it always, smells like, it always smelled like grease. And whenever we work on the van, and as long as it's not in the heat, I always wear that. Okay, let me get the link. Yay, we're gonna have a party.
Let's get everybody out there. Come on now. Put the link in the room.
I'm doing it. do I make it post?
Huh?
How do I? I'm trying to right click.
I don't know if you can.
Well,
Control P.
Control P?
Try it. Command
Is that
P?
going to print?
Command P might print. I don't know. It could.
Yeah, that's print.
Okay.
Do you guys remember what the... Oh, yeah.
What is the shortcut on the thing? I don't think you can do it in the thing. You gotta send it to their people's emails.
No, I think I can do it. Copy to clipboard. It's copied to my clipboard. And now I want to go over here and put it on this. But how do I do that? How do I do my clipboard? Oh, it's Control V. Okay.
Well, there you go.
That didn't do anything.
Because it knows.
No, I got it. Did it show up?
Yep. Haha. It's a free-for-all, ladies and gentlemen. It's like a pirate ship.
Yeah, come in and hang out with us.
Is officially outlaw. Let's go.
It's there! See? Yay!
Yeah, man.
It was fun. We went on Bitch the other night, Misty, Comrade Misty's show. And that was fun. Like, and everybody was just, it was like an open night for everybody to come in. And I'm like, see, that's...
And bitch, it was bitch giving. Bitch givings. Eve or something. Mutiny on the Bounty.
Yeah.
A
Purple
vast
is...
scurvy
Purple
dogs.
is... Purple is my favorite color. Like, always my favorite. What are you doing?
I'm moving the thing.
You are way off there.
I'm working. Oh, shit. Where'd it go?
You went out.
I went out.
You went out.
God damn it.
So,
I'll be back.
my daughter Sky, that's going to be 18. I cannot freaking believe that. Oh, my God. When she was a baby, I used to dress her in, like, pink, blue, yellow, green. So it always, like, confused the hell out of people. They didn't know what to think because, they're like, oh, well, like, do you have a boy or a girl? It's funny. Oh, I got to add you back in.
Yeah. Where's all the rest of the people? Come on.
people.
Whoa,
How will we echo?
Oh, so trippy. I like that.
So, yeah, people used to never know, like, what to, how to refer to her. And I would be like, oh, well, it's not like it really matters, but yeah, she's a girl. Like, it's like, yes, she has a vagina. Like, why does that matter so much? And it's weird because even when you have, oh my gosh, Steve.
You can't say that on TV.
I'm taking you off for a second.
God damn it.
You are freaking going crazy over there.
Fucking up.
But it was funny because I would be like, well, not like it really matters, and people will kind of look at me like, oh, yeah, that's kind of true, like, duh. And like even when like when you meet somebody, it's like, oh, is your dog a boy or girl? It's like this weird natural thing that like I've caught myself asking, and I'm like, why the fuck does it matter?
Okay. I think I fixed it. Yeah? Is that better?
Well, no.
No?
I can still see, like,
What can you
that
see?
way.
You can see that way?
Yeah.
How about this way? How about like this?
Oh my gosh, guys. Steve is not good at the camera. I can't see your head.
Okay. How about like this?
Up
Eh?
you're still up, I guess, a little bit.
This is fine.
Okay. I'll bring you back in. There we go.
Ha ha! There I am.
I don't know if these things do anything much different for us.
What?
Oh, there we go. We take up the whole screen that way.
Oh, yeah. That's like a full size. Now it makes me want to fucking sit in the right spot. God damn it. All right. That's better.
So it's funny, like, did you guys like stick to those social norms of like colors, like growing up? You know, like it's weird to me too, because like females it's always been okay for us to wear like the male clothing, but a lot of times it wasn't okay the opposite way. Like, it's ridiculous. It's like, why? Actually, one of my friends, he would always wear skirts, and it was great. He would steal my skirts, my long skirts.
Yeah, I think civil rights people were hippies, and anti-war peoples were hippies, and MK Ultra, CIA bullshit fucked that all up and made everybody fucking fall in love with technology. And I mean, that was kind of inevitable anyway. Technology is cool on its face, so
I don't think we've caught up to it though.
Fucking thing like that we're fighting, because you know half of you wants to go, yeah, that is pretty fucking cool. Holy shit, the shit they can do now. Holy fuck, that's fucking incredible. But at the same time, you realize the danger of it. You know, and what it presents. And I mean, people have been like realizing this for decades, and that's why it's so come to fruition, because people just manifest that same thing that everybody had the thought on, like, oh, everybody thought this was cool, so this is cool now, and it is cool forever until it does not stop being cool. So people just keep manifesting that fucking thing, and that's what's happened with tech. Fuck you, Jeff Bezos.
Oh, so Choosy was saying or something. Oh, wait, hang on. Do I? Yeah. The punk rockers definitely, were like, screw the establishment. For sure. Oh my gosh. Some of the stuff that females wear, so uncomfortable. Like, I don't know why like women would continue to wear a lot of these things and like do a lot of these rituals that they do. It's really weird to me. Oh, I don't know. I haven't really done garters, so I don't know how like comfortable or uncomfortable they are, but
Choosy says, hey Lucky, have you not watched General Milley's speech from the NATO Center opening 3 or 4 months ago in Norfolk, Virginia? Listen to it. It's on YouTube. He promises to avoid World War III. Let's work with him. I'm like,
are you being sarcastic or is that real? Like
I think,
like it's really a person we want to work with.
Person that we want to talk to. Military officers are human.
Choosy can mess with me.
Hearts and minds would be historical truth, and thereby convince them to do the right thing. I like it. I like the way Choosy thinks, man. He's around the corner with it. He's like got something for your ass,
and he's consistent.
It's consistent.
He's very consistent, and I love that. Like
most people just write him off, like, oh, he's like, what the fuck is he saying right now? But if you like can learn to sort of read between the lines of the thing, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, he makes total sense. Like, he has brought me around to this, like, all right, well, I want to know more, because, like, I know, but, like, I feel like I don't know enough. And I think if people, if we share things in the way that people are used to, like, learning the things, like, people, they learn a lot of content on YouTube. And even if we say, hey, like, you should go read this book or, do this thing or that thing, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get, like, enough people over there to do it. So if we have it on a stream, then I think that will be, like, really awesome.
He says, people demonize the cops, yet I've walked up to cops to talk to them about peaceful carnation revolution and made everlasting friendships. I don't doubt that at all, because I know I've had similar things happen where it was completely unexpected in my own mind. Like, I didn't think, I would be friends with a person who was a police officer after all my experience with police officers prior to that experience. And then I ended up, being fast friends with the guy for years and selling him weed and stuff. When I would grow my own bud, I'd come hook him up and he'd do the same. And he was just a cool dude. He was just a fucking dude who happened to be a cop. So I'm not of the mindset that all cops are bad, just probably most of them. And, any one of them could surprise you. Like that whole point of meeting every day with fucking evolution and room to grow, like, provides a space to, like, realize that, like, you know what I mean? I might have overlooked things because I thought of them a certain way. I thought a person, a certain person reminded me of somebody else or another situation. It didn't take them at their full value. You know what I mean? And
at our previous experience with cops and how they're portrayed too, and how do they fit in their roles because of how things are portrayed. Like the culture of it becomes like, you know what I mean? Like there's the reactive culture to the culture, like the culture of the cops, right? And like just use like, the hippies or the protesters, so they already have a preconceived notion of what they're going to do and that they hate them and that they're supposed to hate them. And, a lot of them probably really do feel that way. But how many people just go along to get along too when we're talking about things? Because, it takes one person to start something or change something. So do they all really feel that way? Or is it they feel like they have to feel that way because of where, like how they fit in there? Does that make sense? Like,
at least partially, yes. Semantically incorrect. How's it going? Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Hi. How are you?
So,
all right. So let me see. Yeah.
So not all cops are dicks, is I think what we're trying to say. And
well, I don't know all of them.
Well, not all of them. I don't know all of them. I've met entirely probably too fucking many, but that's beside the point. But I'm willing to accept the fact that, probably high 80% of the people working in first responder situations are probably okay people. Just because they choose to do that. And maybe, close to 20% of those people are fucking wacko, fucking psycho, racist fucking douchebags. I don't know that not to be true.
But I also want to talk to the douchebags that are freaking racist.
No,
you know why I want to find them?
I want to interact with all of them. I'm just saying that in my experience, I just know that, I could be wrong. It's happened before. One time.
And now people might say, why the fuck would you want to talk to the racist, right? Like, why would you want that? Because that's the only way we're gonna change minds. Like Chuzy says, so people that have said like racist ass shit to me, like people that I've known for like a long time, like people have come to my house and Steve's seen it firsthand, and like they're people, and they would say something and I'm like, wait, wait a minute. Like, well, first off, we don't talk like that in my house in that way. Like, that's just not acceptable. Like the person was like staying here for a couple days. And so I was like, well, first off, that's not like how we are. And I will tell you that right off the bat. I'll call anybody out for that. And that's what needs to happen. We need to call them out for it. And then,
some people are just confidently racist. They're just like, they don't give a fuck. Call them out. They're still going to say the N-word. They're still going to do all the things that everybody's.
Yeah, but let me explain why I want to talk to the racists, because that's the only way. Unless I can challenge them and talk to them, like, you have to remember that racism is taught. It's not learned.
No, I understand.
So like, I know, but I'm just explaining why I say I want to speak with the racist people. Like, I want to speak with the people that I differ with, because the people that I already agree with, we're on the same page. And if like if people disagree with you that much about it, you're not going to be able to change everybody's mind.
You
But
don't want to try to be convincing people in an echo chamber of a thing.
well, no, but what I'm saying though is that you're not going to change anybody's mind or give them any knowledge otherwise, unless you actually try to give it to them. And you never know like who you can reach that way. Like I think about it as like if you can't say what you're saying loud and proud, and you can't have a loud conversation about something, then that shows that it's not you're something's wrong. You know, like something's wrong with what you're saying. Unless it's something like, you know, you're trying to keep something like, you know, just private for whatever reason. But when it comes to something like that, I think about it like if you can't say what you're saying loud and proud, then you're probably saying something that's not right.
Can you turn the knob on the top, little top thing right there, the gray thing that's kind of crooked? See how the one knob is at like only halfway, the first knob on it?
It's like
yeah, you can put it like further. Just go to the right.
This first one?
Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Check 1, 2. Is that better? Is that more balanced with Lucky's? Should be. Should be better. Because Ian's like, get closer to the mic. Because if he turns it up to hear what I'm saying, he can't hear you. Or yours is like so much louder.
Maybe I'm just talking louder.
So that's it. No, I think it's just the proximity of the mic and the gain was that much down.
From
the other one. That's why.
Oh, I don't want to be blowing your ears. That doesn't sound good.
Now you can hear the guitar.
Choosy says we need a call-in hotline. I don't know how to do that. We could do that, right? We could do something like that.
We could do that in the Discord, probably. Yeah. I don't have like a connection like if we had the audio from the iPad or something on a little phone thing, and you could just, you know, play it there. But I don't know how to do that right now. That sounds complicated. Damn it! Stop suggesting cool things. Damn it!
Is it like the call-in thing, like Warren, Uncle Warren does, you know?
Yeah. How did they do that, Ian? Catalytic centaurs in the train. Riding the train.
That's awesome. Have you guys ever watched those videos where people are recording it, like where they're train jumping and stuff like that, and like riding under the trains? It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Did you put any videos up here for us to watch?
No. I was gonna sing a song.
All right, you sing a song. I'm gonna go on here real quick and see what I can find.
Another day has come and gone, and I can't figure what went wrong. Mockingbird keeps mocking me, but she locked me out and lost the key, and I've gone wandering again. I'm out the door, I'm walking by myself down the street like the night before, and I should be home in bed, but the notion in my head keeps telling me to ramble on. And every day it's just a dream, and you're stuck inside a great machine. Work your job, spend your pay, baby, no one one hears a goddamn word you say. And I've gone wandering again, and I'm out the door, I'm walking by myself down the street like the night before, and I should be home in bed, but the notion in my head keeps telling me, ramble on. Hey, good night, Popeye.
Good night, Popeye. If anybody else wants to come in and join us, let me know. I saw Wobbly for a second there. Oh.
Yeah, Wobbly was there for a moment.
Oh, no.
Then he vanished. We're all Australians now. Excellent.
Oh, there we go. We got him back. There we go. Hi, how are you? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Let's see. You should be able to hear him through yours. Let's see if I can hear him on my headphones.
I think you're muted.
Hello? Hello? Okay, I can hear myself in the... I can hear you. But I don't see Wobbly. His mic is muted.
Yeah, I think he's getting...
Muted. He's a mutant? Oh my gosh.
There we go.
All right. Hello.
There he is.
How are you?
How's it going?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Some phone issues I couldn't hear, but it's all good now.
Excellent.
I love the accent. That's so great.
Yeah. All right, I'll get this set up. Hang on. Where are we? Sideways mode.
Excellent. So how's
I've
things
usually
down
got
under?
my computer, but... Oh, yeah, things are okay here, like, personally with me, it's all right. Without
That's
getting
great.
too political about it.
Yeah.
Right?
It's pretty crazy, you know, but that's why I'm glad we have each other,
It's
you know,
insane.
all of us.
Yeah.
We can have the
Yeah.
insanity together.
That's right. At least we can be
Yeah.
together and crazy.
Yeah, there's not a whole bunch of people in my real life, like really none that even try to comprehend what's actually happening.
Right?
The behind
It's hard.
between the lines, yeah.
It's weird how that's like so much the same in like down there as it is here, where people are just stuck in their little fear bubble, and they just stay in their fear porn bubble, and they're afraid more and more, and stay afraid, and convince everyone else to be afraid.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, and
Well, I think people just
and it
don't know how to
spreads,
stand up.
nobody else does.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's it. And they don't know. Like I said, even my friends that are intelligent and really observant, you know, they sense bullshit, but they don't put all the pieces together and go, oh, actually, it's all bullshit.
Right. Yeah, actually, yes. That's the thing. That
It's like, welcome
having
to
that
reality.
having that revelation of
It's a little bit.
everything, the entire thing that since I've been born has been bullshit, leading up to this type of bullshit. Okay, got it.
It is really sad, and I mean, like, it's so much too. It's like if you don't like make a joke about it and laugh about it sometimes, like
Yeah.
oh my gosh, it would just like take me under, completely.
Pretty sure I would go absolutely crazy if I didn't have one of these. I would be lost. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly,
I'd be
Stephen. And I
babbling.
got used to doing that. Surviving how difficult the world was long before all this stuff happened by
Yeah.
being on YouTube and having someone to talk to, sing songs, and just crack up about it. Really, because
Right.
like Choosy and people saying in chat, which I can't actually read at the moment. Just the actual full-on pressure to think negative and be reactive and be angry whenever you discover that something's bullshit. That actually ruins you.
Oh yeah.
And just learning to accept that it is what it is. You may as well laugh about it because you're not going to change it this week.
Yeah. If you can't get past each
that's kept me
thing,
alive.
it does that. It does that. You'll break the mechanism that lets you accept things. If you beat on it too much.
Yeah.
Like a clutch on a
Well, we need to
Toyota,
make sure we don't get depressed in that hole, because we can't help anybody if we're not if we're not taking care of ourselves, and that's why I'm like, we need this community space, because we need that
Well,
break.
we're glad
too.
you're here. Thanks for hanging, Wobbly.
Yeah, I'm so glad to be here, guys. I've been watching you for ages, Steve. I'm going to play a song if you like.
Oh
Fuck
yes,
yeah.
please. That's
Please do.
awesome.
I even tuned it up after I had my shower. I
Haha.
haven't played the poor old thing for ages.
It's
I
funny
used to
because
jam on YouTube every couple of days.
well, you don't have to
Right
worry
on.
about if you took a shower or not on YouTube.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
YouTube's not prejudiced.
Oh, I
you
felt
know.
disgusting. Restoring. I've been
That's okay.
restoring. I've been restoring wine barrels. No, wine barrels.
Oh,
Neat.
Yeah,
That's
take them
awesome.
apart and sand them and stain them up and make them look pretty. And the guy resells them again. So yeah, I come home covered in shit every day.
That's rad, though. What a cool craft to know how to do.
yeah.
I'm
I
actually
love
really
learning
happy
about that
it.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool
Yeah, it's
thing to
much
know.
more interesting than what I normally do.
Right on.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. So is this
All
one
right,
of
well, I got a
your?
song.
Is this your original or?
No, this one I was about to play. I'll play my original later, but this one is a Rodriguez song, and it's about everything. Like it sums up Earth, and he wrote it in the early '60s. So.
Oh, that's
Smart
awesome.
chap.
I know. There was so much insight. Like, we just need to, pay attention to it.
You should when he's gonna play.
Yeah, a song says,
Mute your
if a picture tells 1,000 words, a song tells 1,000,000.
Like you can do it now, because that should get rid of the echo.
Okay, I will mute me.
I did notice a faint echo. It wasn't bothering me. God, I'm rusty. Mayor hides the crime rate, councilwoman hesitates, the public getting irate, but forget the voting dates, the weatherman's complaining, predicted sun, it's raining, everybody's protesting, boyfriend keeps suggesting that you're not like all of the rest. Garbage ain't collected, and women ain't protected, and the politicians using the same people they've been abusing. The mafia's getting bigger like pollution in the river, and you tell me this is where it's at. I woke out this morning with an ache in my head, splashed out my clothes as I spilled out of bed. Opened my windows just to listen to the news, but all I heard was those establishment blues. The gun sales are soaring and housewives find life boring. Divorce the only answer, but smoking causes cancer. The system's gonna fall soon to an angry young tune. Now that's concrete cold fact. And the garbage ain't collected, and the women ain't protected, and the mobs is getting big like pollution in a river, and you know, dread like tell me that this is where it's at. We woke out this morning with an ache in my head, flashed on my clothes as I stood out of bed. Opened my window just to listen to the news, but all I heard was those establishment blues. The poor pig's populations, freedom from taxations, the teeny bops are uptight, drinking at a stoplight, mini skirt is flooding, I can't stop so I'm hurting, spinster sells her hopeless chest, and adultery plays the kitchens, and bigot cops non-fictions, and the little man gets shafted, sons and money's drafted, we're living by a timepiece, there's another war in the Far East, can you pass the Rorschach test? Well, it's a hassle, it's just an educated guess, but frankly I couldn't care less.
Echo to happen.
I know, but it will just a little bit anyway.
That was awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh.
How did it sound? Was it too loud, too soft, too something?
I think you probably could like sat back from the mic a little bit.
Are you on?
You know
Are you
what
on
I
a
mean?
phone?
Kind of blown it out a little bit, but other
Yeah,
than
I'm on a
that, that was
phone.
cool.
Yeah.
I was
Well,
playing
yeah.
along
The
with
phone's
it.
hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's harder than I thought, so I'll pull it. I'll sit back and put next time.
That was awesome.
That was really cool. Thank you.
Yeah. If you want to
Thanks,
play
buddy,
more, then we would love that too. It's up to you.
Well, I'll just have a quick look at chat without shutting everything down. Thanks, Sirius. Thank you, Bella. Cheers, another
I
world.
think,
Thank you.
I think, Choosy, that would be wicked cool watching, getting a reaction video to General Miley's speech into a Carnation Revolution article. That's that's some fucking strategy right there.
What do we need to do?
Yeah, if
We
there's
can
any-
pull up the General Miley speech and have a reaction to it.
Oh man.
I haven't seen the speech yet. Yeah.
That could be fun.
Thanks, Adams. Thanks, everyone that enjoyed that song.
Yeah, that was
I'm really
cool
happy
shit,
to
man.
sing here. I hope Karen comes along. I try and sing her song.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I seen Karen earlier.
Yeah, we should like.
Oh, she's feeling better. I heard she was
Wait.
not feeling great.
Oh, they're saying maybe if there was earbuds.
Oh yeah.
I've got Bluetooth earphones on.
Yeah, we're like this
Good
is
earbuds,
awesome that we get to like do this in like real time.
Yeah, that's
You know, in the
Yeah.
across the world.
very, very cool.
Yeah, before I moved a couple of months ago, we were pretty much doing it twice a week, and everyone would just take turns and play songs. It was good fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you had earbuds on, yeah. If you had earbuds on,
I have earbuds on.
No, if she
Go
did, if she was wearing, if
Oh,
Lucky was wearing them,
right.
I think it would probably solve it.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I think that was the audience noticing that more than me. I didn't really notice the feedback.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't really get as much of it either.
It was quiet. And
I think I might have a pair upstairs. I'll be right back.
Okay. That's cool. All right, she's gonna go see if she can find some, cause she's got some upstairs somewhere. Excellent.
only thing I don't like about my earbuds is that they're too quiet.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've had like only one pair that I really really liked, and somebody ganked them off me, and they were like $180, but they were like in-ear monitors that I could wear on stage when we were playing, and they just sounded incredible. They were just fucking banging.
Oh, they're
really,
wireless.
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
wireless, and they had like 3
Yeah.
drivers in
I've
them, so
borrowed.
they could crank really loud if
Yeah.
you wanted them to. They were like dangerous
Yeah.
loud, you know what I mean?
Triple
But
driver.
it was great
Yeah,
when
I
you could
borrowed a
stand
pair
on
like that.
stage and hear that way. Wow, really good for
Yeah.
singing and staying in key, you know?
And it's actually pumping in your ears on 3
Yeah.
channels. Yeah.
You're really hearing
Yeah, I
yourself
tried a
like
pair like that.
full.
I think they were called. Yeah, they were Bose. I think I tried them when I was at a concert in a festival.
These ones were, I think they were 10X was the brand.
Okay.
The old
10X.
cans I had
I
in-ear
bet you-
monitors that
I bet you
used
they're a
for
few
while,
$100.
so they ganked them off me.
Uh.
And that they were super for playing out. Save your ears. Like I could stand next to the drum set and it didn't kill me because they were noise canceling too. You know, it was like they were sick.
Now you can say hi.
That's why I'm so deaf now.
There's Everett.
Oh, the echoes
Oh my god! Look
vanished.
at that cat. He's enormous.
Meow. No, puss, puss.
He is. He's huge.
Meow.
He's a big, big boy.
He's giant. He's bigger than your house. How does he fit in your house?
Yeah.
I know. This is like he's really big. Eh.
Meow. Yeah, puss.
Yeah, I
Not
found
impressed.
these earbuds. I think that they'll stay in
Doesn't care.
my
They'll
ears.
stay in your ears.
I think so.
Or they
True like a cat. They don't care about anything.
All right. Now, if I open my mic, is it gonna freak out? You think? I don't know.
Open them.
I don't know. I think it's just because of the loop.
Well, what do I need to do? Do I need to?
You don't need.
Is
to
that
do,
better? That's better.
You
Vicky
don't
said.
need to do anything now.
Oh, the
I
echo
think,
is vanished. Yeah, completely gone.
We've got it licked.
Sweet.
It says mic is muted on all of us.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Do you
No.
have your mic is muted?
No, my mic isn't
that's
muted.
something choosy. Something choosy just said. We don't have time to change everybody's mind. Basically, we've only got time to change our own minds.
weird echo for people?
Yeah, I'm getting it.
That's a weird echo.
Crazy echo.
It's a double layered one. It's pretty an extravagant echo.
Well, I'm confused. Nope, your audio is good.
I'll play another one straight up while you.
Okay, I think you
Well-
solved whatever problem that was with the echo because it seemed like between us three there was a thing happening.
Yeah. Now it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it sounds so weird. Like it sounds so weird having these in my ears.
directly into your ear.
Huh?
You can talk directly
into
with
your
the
ears.
straight into your ear. I better mute this. A private
You
moment.
hear me talking directly into your ear. You're like, what?
Oh.
No, I don't think you did.
No,
Okay.
I'm not hearing you directly into my ear. No,
Okay.
I hear wobbly.
Because I don't know.
That's
Hello.
fun.
I can't hear wobbly now because you have it in your ear. So if I put on headphones,
Yeah, you have to put the headphones on too. I think, right?
Oh, you have to. Well, while you're putting headphones on, I'll play my
a
song.
really long cord.
Okay.
I like wireless ones better.
I wish I had corded microphones still, but I ruined the microphone jack in my phone about a month after buying it.
Yeah, Vicky. Yeah, we're in the same room.
We are.
Usually it works fine. I don't know
It's
why
on-
it's being weird.
It's because
Eh. Both microphones are catching it a split second later, I think.
all right, that's better. Yeah, but now I can hear wobbly, and I couldn't hear him before. So this is way better.
See, I made everyone fuss with their headphones and press buttons and stuff. Stop being.
We needed direction, man. It's cool. All right.
Focus. It's all about focus. Alright, I'm just going to be rude and start playing my song.
You
Watch
do
this
it.
out.
Let's do it.
hot burning day. Flies and dust and $50 a day. Nighttime mosquitoes hopping near the fire. There's rain in the night and you on the wire. For the sun we start the line, stoking hay until nighttime. Lifted my head to watch the blue skies, and that big yellow sun's just burning my eyes. Second field, it's bigger than the first, and bringing in the hay brings on a thirst. The hot summer sun's still burning in my back. Now the foreman is swearing you'll get the sack. Oh, long flat field, hot burning day. Flies and dust and $50 a day. Nighttime mosquitoes hopping near the fire. There's rain in the night and you wonder why. Back is broke, my feet are lead. I wish I was home, I wish I was dead. The very next time I get my pay, I'm gonna get in my car and drive far away. But still it's long, flat field, hot burning day. Flies and dust and $50 a day. Nighttime mosquitoes hopping near the fire. There's rain in the night and you on the wire. I said there's rain in the night and you on the wire.
Cool.
That is beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Thanks.
Oh, I love it. I think it sounds better when it was like in my, in my ears too.
Yeah.
I could hear you fuller.
No,
yeah. That was
no
awesome.
audio mess. Aesthetic. Thanks.
I love it. I love it. Like we can be on at the same time, and that's just amazing.
Very cool.
Yeah, well, when I get my computer going, I'll eventually run streams as well. I just can't
That's
run
awesome.
Hell
That's
yeah.
awesome. How long have you been playing guitar?
I'm 52, so been playing since I was 15.
You and Steve are the same age.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you telling me one day that you started at 15. It must be the right year to start.
I guess so.
Before you find booze and drugs and women,
Right.
find a good hobby like guitar playing.
I know, it's probably good that you found it before all of that other stuff. Got the interest
Yeah,
started.
I think that's the only reason I still do it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But I've been really lazy and rusty. I used to make myself play at least 3 or 4 times a week, and I performed at least twice a week on YouTube. The last couple of months, I just barely pick it up.
Right on.
So I've got to get back into it.
Well, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm glad. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is a new account too. YouTube shut down my other account because I said too much.
No, you can't. Dude, after my first podcast, they found me on Twitter and censored me, said, "Oh, we removed 30 people," and they were all deleted accounts or spam and shit. I'm like, no, that was not the case.
Yeah.
But I know when they found me on Twitter, they went cross platforms to find me and tell me. I'm
Yeah, that's really weird, man. You only got 50 fucking subscribers.
Yeah, when I had 50.
Oh, by the way, we saw your tweet about what?
It was so weird. Yeah, they'll find you anywhere. Oh
It's
my
the
Yeah,
god.
people we
I need you for
associate
my.
with. That's what it is. It's the
Yeah,
company we keep.
yeah,
The
generally.
shows we
It's the
watch.
company we keep. I've actually seen it happen. Like it depends on what kind of people you hang around, and if it's all anti-government and anti status quo,
Yeah.
then yeah, you get the rough treatment.
Yep.
I mean, I try to throw him
But
off with cute dog videos, you know, like.
They were
yeah,
not fooled.
as 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 Bella so eloquently put it, fuck YouTube.
Oh
Fuck
yes,
you.
see, that's great. Yes,
Fuck yeah.
All right, I'm gonna mute. Must be
I
Steve's turn.
agree. Oh, whoa, that just went weird on me. Oh, you're
I'm just
muted.
gonna.
Okay, now you're unmuted.
Yeah, I'm muted. I'm just gonna duck out for a cigarette actually while I listen. Yeah,
Okay,
I'll be right back.
okay. All right, so that's on there. I can probably take this out for right now, right? Oh. Wait, what happened? Sirius just got an email from her. Her mom passed away. Whose mom passed away? What happened? Sirius got an email from her. Her mom passed away peacefully at 95. What happened?
mom?
I don't know. I'm confused. Yeah, Bella was Osama number 5, but they deleted it.
A 14-year channel. They my my ex bandmate Jen had a YouTube channel for like years and years and years. Had like just nothing but us playing on there and his documentary he made, the Great War in the Air. And so it's a World War One documentary about, the World War One aces, fighter aces, and they just like all of a sudden videos started disappearing. Like there was like, like there was like videos. We play one week and we put up a bunch of videos, and Jan would like trick them out and make them look trippy and stuff, and then post them, and then we go to look like the next week or whatever, and the videos were gone. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, and this went on and on and on, like, for a long time, dude. Like, just random videos would just not be there anymore. Like, you couldn't access them.
That's
They were
crazy.
gone. And then all of a sudden, they're just like, bunk, your channel, copyright. You gave him a strike, and that was it. You got one warning.
Yeah, I got a
And then
copyright strike the other
then
day.
his Rain Base, I think it was the name of it at the time, went away completely, and he had to do something, and it took like fucking 4 years or something for them to like put it back or whatever they did, and they didn't have all his content anymore either. Weird. It was really, really weird. That was the first like fuckery I ever heard about with YouTube.
What do we have to
Actually
do to get
happens.
Odyssey to back up like videos?
You can buy your way onto Odyssey because there's what is the thing, the library thing. You can buy coins like tokens, and that
You have to have a certain amount of subscribers or something.
I think you have to have both. I think you have to have like 50 subscribers or something like that.
That's what I think.
Oz said the other day.
Yeah, well, he said to stream live
Oh,
on there.
to live stream, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. That's what we're wanting to do, right?
Well, I guess, yeah. Is that
And
what?
be hosted too, but yeah.
So Bella said,
And
that-
Rumble's another option too. And we have an Odyssey, Lucky Burrito.
well, look at
Johnny Cash.
Lisa Hauserman's mom, Jackie.
Oh.
Yeah. And Bella said that she was doing really good until Monday when she was extremely ill and her blood work came back. That she was very anemic. Mother did not want to go to the hospitals. And certainly wouldn't have a blood transfusion at her age. She was thrilled to be 95 and she was very much okay with letting go. Yeah.
Right on.
9:30. Oh, in her sleep. That's like, that's just a... Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that, it was, it was peaceful, like...
Yeah, that's
I've...
what you can. That's the best thing you can hope for, is to be peaceful, and
I mean, that's how I want to go. If I'm going to go, I want to go out peacefully and, in my sleep. That would, that'd be the goal. Old
yeah,
age.
I'd be good with that. After all the times I've defied death, like so far, my God, man, there's so many times where I should have been fucking gone long ago. So whenever it comes,
Not should have, but could
it's fine.
have.
I
could have.
easily, so easily.
Not should, maybe, but could. You don't want...
Well, I'm just saying, had anything been different at any point?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't supposed to happen, right? Like, that's
Apparently
what I'm
not.
saying. Like, they're...
Welcome back, Jilly. Yeah, no, I think it's okay, whenever, because I've had a bunch of gimmies.
Oh, yeah. V.S. Adams says to watch the length of the video clips and make sure you post a fair use graphic at the front. Yeah, remember I was saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted you to get me one of those.
I can make you one of those. I definitely can make you one.
Yeah, happy birthday again, Jilly.
Jilly love. Jilly love. She knows about the vegetables and about any. Jilly love. She will feed you nutritious food if you go see her.
Yeah.
She's promised us if we go see her, then we get fed. Right?
Well, I want Jilly to
Right?
come on and
There's
teach
food.
us things. Jilly knows a
Yeah.
lot of things.
Look, yeah, tell us some of them goddamn things.
And Jilly's adorable. Just saying, like, she's adorable. So we need some adorableness of Jilly.
Yeah. I'm not saying we don't. I'm saying if we go see her, then she's gonna feed us good food,
Get down, Everett.
vegetables, and
Being
yams.
bad. Gamer, I was telling Steve not long ago. I was like, wow, Gamer, like, to see his transition as we've gotten, you know what I mean, closer to you and talk to you more and more, like, just to see like how well you've done and the growth that I know that I've seen in you, and like taking a stronger stance against just people that had opinions that weren't, that didn't line up with you and everything. So I think that that's shown a lot of growth for you, Gamer, and I think that that's awesome. And you're not drinking and stuff.
He's kicking ass
Yeah.
and smoking weed. So I
I
like him.
agree.
You know?
I'm gonna put.
I've known Gamer a good little while now. He's a good friend now, and I have seen him change as well. It's very good. And I'm glad you stopped drinking. Having said that, cheers, Gamer.
Yeah, I'm just like, I've just seen the Gamer, and you're so sweet, Gamer. Like, you're just
strokes.
always just so kind to everybody.
Awesome dude.
Good, wholesome person,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I think
Yeah.
that's why we're drawn
Just
to you.
Genuinely kind folks seem to like have some kind of pull
Yeah.
towards each other. It seems
And I
to be-
think if my memory serves correct, I've been on a panel with him, and he's really well spoken, and he's a total delight to have around. Good company. He's the
Yeah.
Gamer.
There you go.
Definitely.
Well, I went out for a cigarette and Steve didn't play a song.
I did.
He didn't. Do you guys
Did
have
you?
a
I went and put my
request?
guitar
Did
down.
not.
I think I'm gonna take a break and then maybe come back and stream later and play some.
Oh, yeah. Yep, no worries. Yeah, I've got to go in about 10 minutes anyhow, so that'd be cool.
You see,
I'll be back
you
when
see
you're on. I
Wendy?
might be a bit drunk by then, though.
Say hi. Say
No,
hi to
Charlie,
Hello,
you should
Wappy.
come. Charlie, you should still come on. It doesn't have to be adorable. I'm just saying that Chili is adorable.
True.
Chili is an adorable dog.
Adorable is not a prerequisite. I don't think.
Are you adorable? Are you adorable?
But Wobbly can't help it.
I've been
I mean,
living
he's
around.
Just adorable.
Yeah, I miss dogs. I've been living around them for years, and I've moved into town now for work. And there's no pets, but we do have several hundred fish.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Fish are
You've
cool.
got aquaculture set up in the backyard.
Wow. That's bitchin'. Do you use it for like fertilizer and growing stuff and
Well, yeah, it's a proper aquaculture garden setup. So all
that's
the
lovely.
fertilizer's going straight to a garden, and we eat the garden.
That's
Herbs,
friggin' beautiful, man.
tomatoes,
Right on.
fruit. Yeah.
Hell
It's
yeah.
actually really nice. It's such a beautiful little oasis in the middle of the city, which I couldn't have found except by pure chance.
Wow. Well, that's
Alligators,
beautiful, man.
crocodiles.
Right
We
on.
got crocodiles.
Fuck.
Oh my
Sorry,
gosh,
that-
they scare me. I call them crocker gators.
Crocodiles.
Crocodiles.
They're crocker gators.
Allidiles. Crocodiles. Yeah.
You guys have crazy stuff there. Crazy things.
Thanks for all the sweet things everyone's saying in chat. I can't really watch it. Can't keep up with
Oh
it.
man, yes,
Yeah.
you did an amazing job. That was beautiful.
Yeah. thanks.
Absolutely.
I'm glad it
beautiful.
came out well. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Bella, yes,
yes, we have
please
some.
send our love to the family and the rest of
Yeah.
everybody. It's hard when
Absolutely, Bella.
when you lose somebody. I've been there when people have taken their last breath, and it's a very hard thing, but it's also a very a time to really honor that. It's a privilege, to be there when somebody to see them transfer over, and just knowing that it was peaceful, it makes it all, that's better. That's definitely better. It's a good conversation to have too with your family. One of the biggest gifts that my dad gave me, we knew he was gonna be, he was gonna die soon. He had cancer the fourth time, and he was just he's like, I don't have it. I don't have it in me to keep going. And I understood that. He
Yeah,
had a long life of it. And,
Yeah,
he
you
was.
kind of know when your energy reserves are bottomed out. You know, you
Yeah, and
can't
he
do
was
it
homeless, and then he had a place, but then there was a fire, and he was homeless for years. So he had it it was really rough on him. So when I found out that he went to the hospital and I had to make the choices, I knew what choices to make, and I could make them without having to worry about it or think about it, because we had already had the conversation. And I told him at the hospital, I was like, we had the conversation. I know exactly what he would want and this and that. And the doctors were like, wow, that's not normal, for families. And I was like, no, that's one of the best things you can do to your family, and is to give them that. That's a gift, to give them that information so they know in that decision. Oh, I am?
You were. Now you're right.
Yeah, okay. To have to make that decision in that, when you are emotionally overwhelmed with, what's happening, no matter if you knew it was coming or not, it's just, to be like, yeah, this is, we can get right down to the actual discussion of it, because we
It's
had
weird
that.
that's like so strange to people to have that conversation with your loved one. Like, why is that weird? That's like, and everybody's end is, pretty much, you can pretty much count on it. So
Yeah.
let's fucking put a little
Yeah.
planning into something. Jesus.
Well, they used to say death and taxes, but the funny thing is, I don't
Yeah.
pay taxes, but I still know I'm going to die.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody's getting paid at the end.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I know it's like you get it's like you get taxed on what you make, and then when you spend it,
Yeah.
and then when you die, like if you retire, like
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. You're just gonna get taxed on that over and over and over
That's
again.
right.
And
Until you finally
Yeah.
die
If
and
you-
cash out.
it's like, how much do we actually get once
Yeah,
we pay all the
right.
taxes? Like,
I think the goal is to
and
break
then you get
even.
Yeah, the goal is to break even at the end, but we're born into debt. Apparently, we take on our ancestors' debt when we're
Yep.
born, so
Yeah.
we're behind the eight ball there. But it's unlawful to do that too. But so is everything else.
Yeah.
let me
Oh,
grab
man.
that.
All right, my phone is gonna die here.
Well, plug it in.
I'm gonna jump off here. I don't have
Oh,
Yeah, I'm going to jump down to the chat and say my goodbyes. I'll most likely catch up with you later, Steve. Thank you so much for having me. Very special.
Hey, thanks for coming on,
Thank
Wobbly.
you so much.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
welcome,
I
mate.
loved
It's
having you
great
here.
to jam with
That's
you.
so
Yeah.
awesome.
Well, I'm glad I'm
Thank you
part of
all.
the family now.
We'll
Oh,
be back.
yeah.
Yeah, you are.
I'll jump down to
Absolutely.
chat now.
There's only one way out. We just talked about it.
I'm trying to put the earbuds hurt my ears. I have
Oh.
small ears. I'm trying to
Okay.
find the link.
All right. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
You're going off.
I'm gonna fade away. All right. Thank you all for hanging with us. We love you. Goodbye.
Wait, was it Command V? Command or Control V? Command V? Yeah, that's what it was.
V. Command V. Yeah, that was long enough for me anyway. Like 2.5 hours we've been going.
Yeah. Well, I think Charlie, what was it? Charlie Brown was going to come on.
Well, Charlie Brown should come on. Damn it.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Hi, Oz.
Osmond? Oz Whistles?
Yes, Oz, another Australian. Yeah, Vicky, it's really, really hard when you go through the end of the life with your family. That's it sucks because I wasn't with my dad. Like I haven't been able to be with him for years. He's on the West Coast, and because of all the stuff that was happening and all of this, I wasn't able to get out there. I wouldn't have been able to get across the country back to Washington State in enough time. But we talked on the phone like every day. So that was amazing to have that, with him. Oh, have a good night, Trish. Yeah, I put it in. It's weird sometimes when I see like how tall people are, and I'm like, oh, I I imagine them to be a short person or a tall person.
Jelly, did you get the rainbow dawn copters I sent you? Jeez.
Oh my gosh, yes, I think. Oh my god. The rainbow dawn copters are very important.
They must be represented.
Charlie was twisting one up. Do you wanna
Twist it farther.
do you wanna play over here, or what are you looking for?
I'm just looking for.
Steve's doing this like lingering over me thing, like
Trying to find the chord.
like what are you doing? Oh, for your phone?
Yeah, it just turned off. So.
What am I looking for? Like what? Is it white? Is it plugged in somewhere in particular? Is this it?
Black.
Black and long?
Yeah, it's not.
That's the.
Yeah, there's a lot of those down there. Just.
Let me get out of your way for a second. Oh yeah, Shadowban. Shadowban wants to come on the show, guys. He was like, "Oh, you're having everybody on?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I want to have you on too," and he got all excited. So that'll be fun.
That guy's awesome.
Yes. He knows some shit.
That Paulie, he reads the fucking details.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
He's got the fucking receipts for shit.
Yeah, there's some stuff I wanted to ask him about some things I was thinking that might be good.
I don't know if they can hear you.
Good shadow band things.
There's this one. There it is.
Why didn't you just use this to go on
Well, that one's yours.
to the link? Why didn't you just use this? It's plugged in the iPad.
Because I'm a fucking doofus. And
All you do is click the link right
I
here.
don't know. Because sometimes I do dumb things. Everybody. Alright. We gotta, is it gonna pick up like a loud buzzing noise and plug this back in and you're about to run out of battery, so you should say goodbye to the people.
Oh no, I have to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yep. Come back over here. Say goodbye. Leo, what are you doing?
Well, I can add you into there. Oh, does it? Yeah, that just shows me right now.
Yeah, that's showing you. The dog is gonna get squished.
He's okay. Yeah, but you're in the.
I
I have you in the studio. How much battery do I have?
Not very much. You got like, you're in the red. You go up on the top there.
There you can click on the CD, which you
Oh,
call it.
hang on.
Whoa. Hey now. This is kind of a trip for me with my glasses going between the different screens. How y'all doing? It's kind of a trip for me with my glasses going between the different screens. How y'all doing?
StreamYard on
Yours
here.
is muted. Okay, so we're good now. Okay, Charlie Brown, can you hear us?
Yeah, there you are. Right on.
Okay.
Nice to finally meet you guys, sort of.
Yeah, it's so good to see you. I love being able to actually see the people that are behind the name. Like, I think
well,
it's
like I said, it's a little. The avatar picture there is fairly accurate, as you can see. So, either way, but it's nice to see you all nonetheless.
Absolutely. Awesome. Yeah, it's definitely. I love it. I think it's so fun.
Honestly, straight up, thank you all, you guys right here, and everybody in the chat. For real, again, just thank you. Honestly, my life is a fucking train wreck right now. Aww. And you all have been like so real and so kind. It's just nice, you know. I mean, I don't want to get all maudlin on you, but I mean, fuck, seriously.
No, that's so sweet.
You know? Oh well, glad you're catching some fucking peace and solace with your brothers and sisters, man. Right on.
Indeed, man.
That's what we're here for. Well, that's what's important.
It's like what I'm babbling about all the time with the trauma stuff. It's kind of funny. I chuckle to myself, like listen to we've been to like hundreds of shows, like just Max Creek. I think you said you've been like what 400 shows.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
nuts. That's
Oh,
awesome. That's so awesome. But my like anxiety, and it's like I've like coming into this understanding of myself more recently. Although I've been kind of at it pretty serious for like a decade or more now. But like in the past couple years, past year especially, like realizing the level of to what I was kind of saying. And again, I apologize to anybody. Like this stuff is kind of heavy shit, and I don't want to like trigger anybody. But
No, this is why we're here.
Yeah, that's.
We're here to support you. Like whatever
my whole
it is.
stories. Thank you from my heart, really. And
Leo actually Leo has a really good special relationship with Mark Mercer from Max Creek.
Yeah.
He
right on.
Him and his wife, Leo likes his wife a little bit better. But yeah, like Mark will stop playing. He'll be like, Leo! Like in the middle of playing, like he's killing it on the piano and he's like freaking out over Leo. It's
cool.
really cute. It's really cute.
All in the family, right?
Yes. He likes the keyboard players. He really does. Huh.
Well, I heard him play once or twice. He actually got some licks himself on the keyboards, right?
Yeah, Leo's.
Yes. Yeah, I got him a miniature kids piano. Like, oh my gosh, it's a little bit it's a little wobbly. So I gotta figure out a way to steady it. He can be a little rough.
Hey, Leo.
Oh, there's
What's
that
up there,
sweet
partner?
boy. He likes
to be a table dog.
He likes to sit on the table.
Dude.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if I've said that in the comments before. My ex used to call them shaken pea dogs. They're like they're just a terror. They're just like this little ball of energy. They could just go anywhere, Oh my God! Here, great story. So it wasn't exactly, what the hell was his breed? It was my former mother-in-law's dog, and I can't remember his name. I'm sorry, but he was part Bichon and part Chihuahua.
Yeah. And
she had come up to stay with us for a while, and my son and I decided to take the dog for a walk. We're like, okay, it's awesome. And she had told us, like my ex, her whole family is absolute characters, just awesome, just like chock full of stories and just like rich, interesting characters, as we would say, right? And she had been telling us, yeah, he poops up trees. He poops up trees. Yes! I'm like, okay, haha, that's funny, right? Fuck, for serious sake. We're walking him. He does a handstand. He backs himself up to a tree and leaves a Tootsie Roll like freaking.
That's how Leo poops. That's how he poops.
Dude,
it is the funniest thing.
You just totally described Leo pooping.
It is
up
the funniest thing.
Like he finds like a little tree and he just like backs up to it.
Oh my gosh! And if there's not a tree or something for him to back up to and do that, like he gets on his front legs, but he'll like walk with his legs all like
he does like a
high
handstand.
up. I call it yoga pooping. It's so weird.
Yeah. Does he just? Is it just poop or does he pee upside down too?
No,
he only poops.
He pees normal.
Because
his
crap. What was his name?
But the
I can't remember the dog.
Pooping definitely. He does like this weird vertical pooping thing. I don't know.
Well, you gotta love him. He is a character.
That's so funny. Yes, his mom.
He's so chill too.
He's
like the antithesis of every like little pee and shake dog that freaked out ever.
I've seen. I've noticed.
He's like the opposite of it. He's so mellow.
Yeah, he's like he's chiller than the cat. Like if I'm sleeping in, Leo's sleeping in. Huh? Like he'll sleep whenever. Like he's like but he's also like crazy fun, down for anything, anytime. Like he's great.
Good dog.
Steve says I have like a a Tinder like profile that I'm building for him, but it's just because I really love my dog.
Make no apologies for that.
Yes,
we always had dogs. We've always rescued animals, and I forget when we had a German Shepherd. I forget when she left us. It was several years. She had hip dysplasia and all that. It was awful.
Oh.
But they're great. I miss the energy. I can't show them to you right now, but you want to come over and say hi, Mojo? I do my weekly therapy appointments this way too, and he comes. I swear, it's like he just wants to say hi. He often come on, say hi. He's awesome. He knows, man. Whenever having an anxiety attack or feeling, I have to like roll through like waves for me lately. So I'm just sitting here doing my breathing exercises, and he comes out of nowhere and he's like, gets in my face. He's like, be here now. I think that's like the message that I take from them now, for real. They're like, be here now. Kind of, there he is. Hi, I'm going to come say hi.
They make you stay in the present. They make
you stay.
Hi.
Yeah, they ground you.
See if we can make him little internet. There he is. Say hi.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Just say hello.
That's cute.
Oh my goodness. I love all the animals. Did you send pictures to us?
I will. Sometimes I'm really good with technical crap, and sometimes I'm like an idiot, so I got to figure that out. But he often comes to say hello, whatever I'm doing when I'm in the house, and if I'm out of the house, he comes looking for me. I swear he must be part Siamese.
Everett's over here stalking.
Yeah, he's coming
over. It's funny because Everett, when we got the neighbors tricked us into getting him. It's a whole thing, but.
The tail end
they
of
made
that,
it seem like he was a rescue kitten, like he was stranded under a bush.
They had this whole tale for us. We fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
And he came here. He's like this little fluff ball, right? And he was so cute, and he matched Steve's beard. And we were like, all right, Leo and him were playing. And so I was like, yeah, we'll let him play for a little bit. We'll send the kitten back in an hour. Motherfucker never left.
Now he's 14-pounder.
Oh my, 18 pounds I think is how big he is. But he's not chubby. He's not fat. He's got Maine Coon in him, so he looks more like a bobcat or something.
Yeah,
he's got that
lynxy,
that prowly
behavior. Hard to get a good full look at him sometimes on camera. It's like, you guys, it's cute when you do the lean in sort of there, but hard to get the full girth. I'm sure you'd have to see him in person. But yeah, this guy, this is his fourth or maybe fifth home. He'd been really kicked around before. They declawed him. He got locked into a situation where there was I don't know if I should say this or not on YouTube, but I'll reword this. I'll be authentic, but I'll reword this. I have both of my ex-girlfriend's cats. There's a pussy joke in there somewhere, but I'll leave it be. If anybody else wants to suss that out, I'll leave it for now. But Princess, my other cat, she's actually, her original name was Mayhem. So now, and then that was my son's cat, but then they left for Virginia. They had to find another home, wound up rehoming him with the girl who at the time was my girlfriend, who would become my girlfriend, my now ex-girlfriend. So that's two. I don't know what the math is on this, but so
it's 4 girlfriends squared.
Yeah, well, it's 2 girlfriends, my ex-wife sort of, and then my ex-girlfriend. But so yeah,
fractions, bro.
Princess was my son's cat, and he named her Mayhem. And then when my now ex-girlfriend took him, her youngest son renamed her Princess, and I call her Princess Mayhem, which is quite apt. She's a total sweetheart. She's an absolute badass. When my mom was however you want to put it, battling or dying of cancer, it was a long, awful, drawn out process. And when we took Princess in, she absolutely just was straight to my mom, wherever my mom was, and she was miserable. So she'd be moving from one room to the other, to the couch. Wherever my mom was, Princess was right there. You know what I mean? She was absolutely awesome. And just like this dude, he adopted me in that way. Absolutely. And that's what I said amazing. At one point in one of our other chats, was that animals in my life have been some of my master teachers. Honestly, I find it, I have to laugh at myself and us as two-leggeds, that I have learned how to be a better person, I think, in a lot of ways from the animals that I've been blessed to share my life with. And, dude, I don't want to discount any of the people, obviously, but...
Right, I 100% relate to that. Yes. That's the truth right there, because I don't know what the deal is mechanically, but somehow all the kindness of the kind people that have lived, their spirits seem to exist in other things, animals, and sometimes even inanimate things. You know what I mean? It seems like that energy doesn't go away completely, right?
Right.
It manifests in other things, and a cat that follows you around when it knows you're having a fucking panic attack and brings you back. That's a sentient being, you know, that's a sentient
Yep.
spirit.
Oh yeah. I just
You
my
know, and
my
I think
mother
that's
brought
what
me up.
animals
You know, it
are.
was just. Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. I find it strange that people don't think that like right off the rip. You know what I mean? I mean, I
Yeah, yeah,
realize our society's all fucked up and everything, but so my mother brought me
yes,
up to realize that animals are people too. We
right.
always all the animals we've ever had just kind of showed up at our place because somehow they knew that we were the weirdos on the block who would always take them in, and you know. I don't really remember anybody having to sucker us. My stepfather once suckered us into the last dog we had, Kaya, the German Shepherd. Like he actually paid money for her. Like somebody had a litter and they were selling dogs. It was the only animal we ever paid for. Otherwise, you know, we
Right.
had one dog. Oh Christ, people suck sometimes. One dog we had. Her name I named her Abby, like after Abbey Road. Always after music, of course, in our family.
Sure.
I don't know what the fuck is with people, but they threw her in a dumpster, and so
Oh,
they named her. I think Abby was originally short for abandoned, but it was like, well,
gotcha.
so
Oh.
she's used to Abby, but now it's like, well, fuck it, we're gonna just I'm gonna just thrust the Beatles in anytime I can. So
Right.
that's the kind of asshole that I am, right?
It's the right
That's
thing to do,
But
man.
great. I love it.
yeah,
Especially
it's
when it
just
comes to an animal name.
yeah.
Does the little like the Sirius's thing show up on there? Can you guys, any of you guys see that? That's
He says,
Sirius's cat.
he says, I
Oh,
love
right
my
on, like a for
snow
real snow
leopard.
leopard.
Yeah, like the cat is amazing. Like, oh my gosh, reminds me a lot of Everett. They look very similar. And I could just imagine how soft the fur is. We're gonna do something with all the pictures of animals. I told
Oh, it'd be awesome, Sarah.
I
It'd be
told
like a big paw print. I'm sure your cat's paw print must be amazing. It'd be
I
like cool, just
know,
like
right?
like
Yeah.
Christmas cards or whatever you do, what everyday cards, whatever.
I told Comrade Misty that I needed pictures of her, of her fur babies, and I'm thinking like, oh man, she's got like I think like 12 cats or something. She
Well,
all
really?
the
That
ones
many? I
she
knew she was
rescues.
kind of cat
Well,
lady crazy. I didn't know she
I
was
thought
full
she
on.
had like 5 or
Misty is
6.
freaking awesome. It so cracks me. Somebody ought to do like a drawing or a picture, or put on T-shirts of like when the cats come and sit up behind her, and sometimes like whatever hair color she's rocking, she looks. And I've sent it to her before. What's that? A goofy superhero name? I came Misty Mindbender. So
Oh
somebody come
my
up with like
gosh!
she's got like the cats up here and like just maybe exaggerate a collar or something a little bit in her hair. It's like her throne and she's just sitting there and it's like just bitching like mercilessly against the system. Fucking, she's awesome.
Yeah.
There's like such a cool like universe of like real people going on. It's so awesome. This is so cool to like be like this tiny little part of this. This is like really thank you.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad you came on. That's
This
so
is
cool.
yeah, this is like why I wanted to do it is because like we see each other in all these like chats and in the family, but we don't we don't get to see each other's faces and really get to really
Yeah,
talk.
like to be able to interact,
And
you can get into voice chats on Discord and things like that, but like this is really cool because it's also a time capsule of us talking. So, I mean, that's just really neat to be able to document it and
Yeah,
meet each
for real.
other, you know?
Especially right now. I mean, with the whole
Yeah.
I was kind of how did my son put it? He's kind of having a hard time with this. It's not funny, but we can laugh about it, so it's all good. But how the hell did he put it? Something about good. Like, look, now my lifestyle has become a pandemic or something. He said something to that effect or whatever.
Oh,
We
man.
had a good laugh with that. Him and his mom are out in New Mexico right now. I'm trying to get them to come back and stay with me. I've got the house is mine. I'm just taking care of my stepfather now. I cared for my mom while she was battling cancer for several years, and then now he's got cancer again. He's got a whole bunch of crap coming up next week and tests and this and that,
Oh, man.
and I've got a whole bunch of crazy like legal stuff that I don't even know if I should even get into at this point. I'd like to because you guys seem like you would probably be some of the few people who might understand some of this shit, but I might not be
Right.
around much longer. Let's put it that way. Unfortunately,
Oh, that's
oh,
I'm going to do what I can to be where I need to be, but which is really unfortunate too. Because so many conversations, just like to me in my whacked out brain, are parallel. I pull these peripherals and I see all these connections where and I just can't find words for it. And every now and then, like someone in the chat will say something. I'm like, yes, thank you for doing your work and
Yeah.
putting that forward. But it's like there's so
I
many
totally feel that way. I feel that way. Like in certain chats and certain content creators like attracts this certain like brilliant fucking people who are kind of like maybe not 100% successful in what they're doing, but they articulate ideas that you're working on yourself in your own mind, and they become apparent to you because somebody typed something and you latch onto it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right on.
I do that
right on,
constantly,
yeah.
bro.
And that's the importance, what I call trading notes.
And
You
a
know,
lot
and
of
everybody
times with
doing
what
whatever your
you're
work
saying.
looks like for you, be doing it. And pardon? I didn't hear that last part.
I was saying I do that a lot with you as well. Like you'll say
yeah.
something and I'll be like, yes, dude.
Yeah, like same. Like we're like, you know, like we are all like kindred spirits, you know, when
Yeah, it's a thing.
there's like this connect, like there's a reason why, you know, we're drawn to each other. I really
Was it
believe
someone-
that.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
Yeah, bro.
Somebody had said I was like teasing before in the chats previously about the because you were playing songs. It's like it happened to me at shows before. It's like, oh, they're gonna play this, and this tonight, and of course, obviously, some songs almost, you know, you can't always count on to segue into a specific song, but you know how it goes a lot of times. And I'm like, oh, so they're gonna play this, and you were doing that a couple nights, and I'm like, get the fuck out of my head. That's so weird. It was so funny. I mean, in a good way. It was awesome. But what the hell was I? Made me think of something else, though. Yeah, exactly. And that is the thing. It's like what I was going to start to say is there's so many different talks about like how you know the government and all these machinations that are, you know, ostensibly on paper they're supposed to serve we the people, you know, humanity in general, and obviously the infrastructure is there. But it doesn't. It always gets flipped and it's used against us. And I mean, the prime example is, if I'm remember this correctly, isn't the grand jury system? I believe was a remnant of English common law, which originated from giving the peasantry a voice against, you know, the feudal overlords or whatever. I could be wrong. If anybody in the chat could correct me on if I'm wrong on that.
I believe that's right.
But I mean, but over here they turn around, they flip it, and they use it against the poor person. It's like, I'm clearly like have some mental issues and I have not a pot to piss in, and it's pretty clear, and yet, you know, they're choosing to bring the weight of the state on someone like me. But you see it all the time in so many different instances. It's not just my Christ. The last time I had to go to court, I'm standing in the courtroom, and it was the morning after, was it the long week, one of the last long weekends we had or whatever. So it's like, you know, it's all booked up. Everybody's at standing room only, unfortunately. And I'm just standing at the long,
like
far end of
after
it.
like
And
a holiday.
Yeah, you know,
awful,
and you can't.
court, yes.
It's there's like enough room to, like, you know, reasonably accommodate like 4 people to sit on a bench, and you know, half the crowd is disabled in some manner or another. You can't. You're all crammed in, and you can't but help overhear all of the stories that they have to tell, and whatever bits and pieces you may get it, or a direct convo, which we had, and I'm always an instigator like you, Lucky. I do that too. I laugh all the time when you say that. I am so fucking like that. I mean, I don't think I'm probably not as bubbly and more like really outgoing as you, but I mean, that is kind of my way. I can't, because I don't like to see other people suffer. I know how it feels. Maybe there's a fault in that on some level, but it's just like, so, you know, I'm instigating conversation, and like the probation officer like cuts through the conversation. They catch wind of it, and you can see like them like a dog hearing a high pitched whistle. It's like, what's that? You know, you're talking truth, like justice, humanity. But it's like, you know, every now and then it's nice when you might hear, whether it be me personally or whatever, or within this mix of humanity, somebody is able to trade some sort of bit of information that might help the other person in some way, however small or whatever. And that goes to like what I think about all the time when we're talking about mutual aid. I think that takes so many different forms. I've been realizing more, like revisiting this all the time with everybody. It's like always talking about roots. To like what I think about all the time when we're talking about mutual aid. I think that takes so many different forms.
It's looping.
Looping an echo or something.
Oh yeah. Okay, there we go.
Did I?
Groot had he had to mute his voice. Groot came in.
I forget where I was going with that. Oh, well.
Sorry.
Sorry, Charlie.
No, it's okay.
So it was the court. It was the day after court, and you're overhearing people, and you wanted to like help people. You know, like because you understand. You're empathic. You're empathic to people. You want to help them because of that.
I think that's just maybe it.
You're like, maybe that's a fault. I don't think that's a fault at all, bro. They just program us to think that it is.
No, you're right too. No, I'm just. Christ, there's so many. You could pick a tangent, and I could just like talk forever. I literally have nobody to talk to anymore. It's like kind of pathetic. I apologize for haunting the shit out of you guys, but
No, oh my gosh, we love your company.
We've been waiting to get you in this forum to like let you rip. You know.
Yeah, this is fun. Like, like we love hanging out with all you guys. It's
awesome. I'd
real.
love to do this again at some point. I don't know how much more opportunities I'll have to do this, but like I was thinking too, at some point, I think it was JB over on the former FHL network did this really cool like mental health sort of. I don't know if you guys caught that, or maybe one of you was a part of that at all. I know they did a mental health roundtable sort of thing a couple months back. It was really excellent. Nice. I'd like to see that. Not specifically, but somewhere just giving people an opportunity to like throw in on their experiences dealing with their own issues, and really a lot to do. I think honestly, how many issues do people have in their lives that they struggle with that are really their own issues entirely versus, we all own some portion of whatever we have going on in our life. That's part of living. But I mean, I think what we call disability is often more of a social handicap, because if it weren't to be like fuck you and your ableist bullshit, like who are you to tell me how I need to be? It's like I've just recently coming to understand the word like neurodivergent. That's probably me. And whether it's like I grew up in some spaces were really weird where I grew up and like bad and whatever, but my mom worked for a little while at a place called Riverside Industries in East Hampton, Mass, and it's I think it's still in place if I'm not mistaken. A lot of stuff's changed lately, but
I've played in East Hampton, Mass.
I've
definitely
been
played
up
there.
I went to.
That was my hometown.
Oh,
where I grew up.
really? It was really.
Yep.
It's really pretty up there.
It is. It really is, with the mountain and everything, and it's the pond, and it's got a lot going on for it. And they're kind of breathing some life into it now. It's sort of like a race between like some sustainable, intentional development and gentrification. So I'm hoping it'll be the former and not the latter. But
gentrification.
Well, my mother used to work at that place, and they served. I don't know, like what exactly how to describe it. They serve people with various developmental, issues going on, and just help them prepare like a lot of life skills and stuff to make sure that the goal of the program is to get people out into the community in their own apartment or home or whatever with their own job, and to be as self-sufficient and autonomous as possible. And my mom was a freaking natural at it. There's a warehouse, if you're familiar with downtown East Hampton, you got the pond to your back. The mountain would be up off to your right if you're looking at the building. And then Milton Bradley used to have a factory in there where they used to make game pieces, and it was sort of like it was an open, the building was open to the other side where Riverside Industries exists. And so they'd have like a crossover where some of the clients would go over there to get job skills and paycheck and all that kind of stuff. And my mom came in from over there anyway, to kind of shorten it up a bit. She was awesome at that job. That's just who she was. Like, right. After my father was murdered, she took in. I've probably said it before a bunch of times in the chat. She took in like all of the quote unquote dregs of humanity in our community. Everybody that the community shit on. It's like we just gathered together and took care of each other. And
right on
in her work over there. So I spent a lot of time over there with all the people who back then they called retarded. It was actually part of under the Department of Mental Retardation at the time, if you might recall.
Yep.
Which is kind of strange to think about in and of itself, but
the
a little
DMR
bit of evolution, I guess.
Still exists in Connecticut.
Really? Still called the same thing, not mental health?
I don't think they've changed it. It was DMR at least as soon as, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago that I know for sure.
Wait, like the name of it? The
name of it, Department of Mental Retardation.
No, it's mental health now. Yeah.
It used to be. I remember my girlfriend used to work there, and we had lots of time at the place. It was right across from the hospital in Putnam, right on the hill.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually in our town. It's really on the edge, but it's the Norwich State Hospital. It used to be a huge facility, and they shut it down and just like kicked everybody out and said,
Like up here in Northampton was the big facility in my area, and shut down the hospitals, and everybody just wanders down the hill out into the community, and like, fucking good luck.
Yep.
You know, thanks for letting us suck you dry for all these years. Basically cattle. I mean, you know, there's plenty of people with good intentions, but that whole framework is obviously just so goddamn authoritarian and patriarchal. And like, I like to remind people all the time, not only does there exist the military industrial complex, but there's also the treatment industrial complex, which is what I and a lot of other people have run into. It's like, oh, well, you got this problem. Here's this box. You're over here, kick you down the fucking aisle, and, you know, oh, I'm going to get you all the help you need. It's like, that's not how it works. If your end goal isn't autonomy for the individual you're trying to help, well, I don't understand. I'm learning all the time, but that doesn't jive with my current level of understanding, man. I don't know. I just had wanted to say before about where my mom worked is that having grown up, I spent a lot of time in that actual building with those people who the outside world, you would hear the word whipped around all the time, retard, and there's all manner of pejoratives and derogatory terminologies and everything. And I'm like thinking, I'm fucking scared of you people out there. You people fucking scare me, and for good reason. I mean, granted, my nervous system is absolutely racked, granted. So I can overreact. I have that tendency, realizing it, now looking back on it. But it was a fair assumption. And all these people inside, although some of them had some pretty wild stuff going on, were like, real close talkers and big huggers, and like, there's all kinds of stuff that people.
Some people are gregarious and just fun. That's what I was talking about. My girlfriend, back in the day, she'd have like a whole van load of people and take them to a job. And everybody would work, and it was like the funnest thing I could do with her was like to go with the guys and go to all the different places that they went all over the place.
Oh,
they
like the assisted, like the
they would have me
assisted
rolling
work
the whole time, playing jokes on you, just like a car full of fucking toddlers trying to fucking get your candy and fuck with you. You know what I mean? Like, it was nuts. It was
because their inhibitions are
fun.
lower.
Super fun.
They don't have that filter. Like it's just the world through their filter.
That's fun. Yes.
Fuck the filter, man. Take it. It's like I used to tell my son to just get a big ass pink eraser in your mind, just freaking all those lines, all those boxes. If you want to make lines, you want to make boxes, make your lines, make your boxes, and rock it. But we don't need that shit. Where in nature do you find all of that? You don't find it's just. It's too nuts.
There's symmetry in nature, but what fuck?
I just like the people, those random. Kind of people are like, I'm not, I did study the Bible sincerely for quite a while. I've been a spiritual seeker my whole life, and there's certain things that stuck out. I don't roll on that road exactly. I mean, rock on Jesus. I'm all good with the teachings and everything, but, what's that saying? To be kind to strangers, lest ye entertain angels unawares. And I fucking love that, because that's why I said a few chats ago, you guys would have loved my brother Marcus. He was a lot like your version of the I want to talk to everybody, Lucky. You know what I mean? Because he didn't give a shit. He would just he was a vet. He was in combat camera, and he even re-enlisted after he got home. I hope the fuck is wrong with him. But anyway, he just had this way about him where you'd see somebody, oftentimes an older person, but just somebody kind of muttering to themselves about the state of shit that we're all in, and really having a bet.
That's me now. I'm like, what the fuck? I am that person muttering. God damn it.
But I'm the person that finds that person that's muttering or that needs that help.
You guys found each other, so it's awesome.
We've known each other a long time, but we weren't together until a few years back. But yeah, I'm the one the people that need the help. I'm their lighthouse, and I warn people. I'm listen, if you come in my life, you're gonna go on a high-speed train in on your own journey of where you're supposed to go. Whatever it is, it's not my influence is where you're going, but I will help empower you to go on that journey. And he's Steve's seen it. It's crazy. It really does happen, and it's you just see people transform and for real. The acknowledgement of be who you are.
I saw that so many times. I just had a year of traveling out west. That's where all my stories come from. There's a lot of stuff packed into that one year. But I remember seeing my buddy. We had set up my buddy's the Flying Soul Sisters Ship of Love kitchen from the Rainbow Gathering. I think I told you guys about that. Just Ship of Love for sure. We had taken over, a campsite in Telluride, Colorado, at the end of town. Telluride's basically like a one main drag and then a dead end, and there was like a campground with like 30 campsites. And we had set up the kitchen there, and we were making all this free food, and it was just like all these synchronicities happening. Like we went to the local co-op and got groceries, and I think it was, I don't know, we had like 70 something dollars worth of groceries or something, and we told the dude at the register what was going on at the park. Yeah, it was free food and blah blah blah. And he's like, oh really? And like all of a sudden he's like, hang on a second, and like gets together with some of the other co-op people, and they charge us half price for the groceries. There was some deadhead hippie kids who worked at the other. That was awesome, right? Yes. And then there were some kids who worked at this other store at the other end of town who the folks who owned it were a little more conservative, I guess. And they're like, nah, we don't want to encourage whatever. I don't know what their problem was, but it was no. It was a polite no, but it was a no. But they had all these heads working for them, like just ran the place in the back. So they took everything and hid it for us that was sort of like out of date or whatever. We got all this like basically fresh, free food. And anyway, at one point, excuse me, and I might have said this in chat too, so again, I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but we're walking uptown one day, and my buddy Forrest, I just came across some letters that he had written back to me after we had met. His name was Forrest. Well, I won't out him on YouTube here, but anyway, his name was Forrest, and we're walking up the street. Just for give him some his own anonymity. We're walking up the street, and he's like inviting everybody that we meet. Hey, come on down. We got this free kitchen. Come to jam. We got music, and it's like, all right. And like this dude's getting out of a $50,000-$60,000 BMW, very well dressed, like $1,000 suit or whatever in my mind anyway. Very well dressed, obviously well to do. And Forrest just didn't bat an eye, just like anybody else. He's like, hey brother, come on down and join us. And I'm thinking in my head, what the fuck? I'm like, this guy doesn't. I kind of knew better at the time anyway in my head, but initially I was like, fuck this guy, fuck his Beamer, fuck his suit. I don't know. It just kind of gave me the lawyer vibe. I don't know, whatever. They're not all bad, right? You have a cop friend too, right? I do too. So I'm like, whatever. And we go on with our day, and we get back down to the campsite later on, and I'll be damned, man. We're hanging out, and I don't know what we had going on that night, soup or spaghetti or something, and this dude rolls up in the Beamer, but he, regular jeans and t-shirt. And sat down and shot the chat with us for an hour or more, maybe, had a cup of soup or whatever, and flipped us $20-$30 for the cause, and he was out. And I'm like, dude, shut my mouth. That was beautiful.
That's what I was talking about the other day, about just misjudging a thing,
right.
like
Thank you. Yes.
You easily can.
Yeah, and
it's affected me before.
And we need each other now more than ever before in human history, and we just can't afford. And it's like there's so many people. I catch myself all the time, and I mean that's what mindfulness is all about. We call it practice for a reason.
Yep.
Because it's that's why I mentioned before too in chat the whole premise of the Tibetan Buddhism, the Shambhala tradition of gentleness and precision. To kind of learn whatever works for you. And it's going to be different for all of us, I imagine, but be gentle in that process, kick your butt, but be gentle in the process kind of thing. Just be somewhere in that neighborhood. And then that comes to like when you're on your path and you're doing your best to do that in your life in whatever way works for you. Then when you bump into other people, you're already in that flow of synchronicity and notes get traded. And you might say, who knows, you might say something. I've had people, the first Native American church meeting I ever went to, the guy who ran it, the roadman, his name was Quatley, and he was Mexica. And him and his brother, Masa, who just awesome guys. You would never recognize, you would never think that they were like these deeply spiritual guys, roadmen or whatever, again, going by looks and whatever. Like Masa's covered in tattoos. He looks like he could roll with Danny Trejo any day of the week. And I mean, he's just absolute badass. But first night, like somewhere through the middle of the night, he got up and talked a little bit about family and, why we were all gathered there. I mean, a meeting could be called for anything from, a healing to a celebration or whatever, but, and I don't specifically remember what it was that night, but he got up and we were talking about family and just, I'm rambling to get to this point, but at one point in the middle of the night, he says, how do you want your life to be? Okay. That's like, all right, whatever. Simple question, right? And it's like, that was like, I don't know, like, 12 years ago now, and it rings like a bell in my head. I could tell you 100 ways at least how I don't want my life to be, but I couldn't tell you how I want my life to be at this point.
Right.
I don't know, and I kind of hear people sort of tiptoeing up to saying the same thing in their own way a lot of times. I don't know. I just think, and it goes back to the whole thing of syntax too, like the use of language. And I think we need to, the more we share notes, and we need to develop more of like a common language amongst peers of people, lived experiences, being in the thick of the shit. And like you say all the time, like in politics, the rhetoric that might be legit coming from the grassroots, from some movement or whatever, obviously gets co-opted at some point, and then they whip it around and they do the whole AOC and all this kind of weird bukkake theater crap, kabuki, shit. Whatever.
Yeah,
it's just it's that whole manipulation of language. But for me, this is a matter of survival for me, quite frankly. But it's like I relate to like the outside world. But I mean, this is seriously, I've been living with suicidal ideation since I was a little kid, and like this shit is like for real. It's a real challenge for me,
right? Because
the labels that have been thrust upon me in my life from childhood up until recently, I realized have been. Because I was so frazzled from what happened with my father. Again, I don't really want to drag it out with, he was murdered after Christmas and we were into hiding and stuff.
That I'm realizing now, so insane as such a little kid.
Clearly, now I realize now as an adult, and I kind of knew then, but my mom brought me up. It was like sort of that, if I'm misusing the term, but that red badge of courage or whatever. We're survivors, and we made it through. But like all of the shit that came after that to keep us afloat was like all at once. I mean, I kind of touched on it earlier with all the people in our lives, and it was absolute fucking chaos. I mean, like these, these vets with like crazy Pete. A couple of the people who used to frequent my home when I was a kid wound up having like armed standoffs up in the woods with the Mass State Police a couple times, and it's like those were the people. Like when they came to my mother, of all the people they could have in the community, they came to them because none of their family gave a shit. The government certainly didn't give a shit. And I find that so strange. All the shit that happened. My mom, we went into hiding after this because the guy. And I just learned something recently. And again, I don't want to mention names or whatever here on whatever the World Wide Web,
really
I guess. But
wild, dude. That whole kids coming home from Nam and just getting fucked with, and your mom just took everybody in. Like that was losing their shit. And the like I said, the irony of it is that we were, and it goes back to what I kind of shared. I'm flipping around a lot here, but remember I shared a couple chats ago how my grandfather had told me several years ago before he passed. He was a former POW and a counselor at the VA in Albany, and he's the only one who ever recognized that I have PTSD. That all my issues that have brought me before the courts and all the havoc in my life has been about PTSD. He's the only person, of course, a guy who was locked in a box and fucking tortured gets it. But, but he told me, he said, you went through your own war as a child and you're an adult. He said, you're still going through it now. He said, you're a veteran in your own right and don't ever let anybody tell you differently. And I'm like, I have a lot of respect for vets. That blew me away. It's like, it's not like I didn't believe him when he told me that. But society's conditioning with all the use of the language that I grew up with fucked with my head so bad that term internalized. I internalized the bully on so many levels. You want to give me shit? Get in line behind me. I'm already giving myself shit. Yeah. So it's just that use of language I find all the time. It's like I'm that bastard who likes to tear into it. And what is that? I can't remember the term for the study of language, the roots of language. But Terence McKenna was a big proponent of that, and he was a real stickler for tearing stuff. But even though some of that stuff is way heady over my head, I try. I get what I can. But the practice of realizing that we have been fucking lied to. This use of language throughout history in so many different eras and epochs or whatever, it's been like like the church and that whole stuff, and like putting the mind fuck on people, and now it's like the scientism, like this new form of church or what have you. Get a little really
buzz here.
Fucking crazy how every single thing that a life lived in this fucking realm, every single step of the way you are lied to. Your fucking parents are made to lie to you. Their parents are made to lie to them.
Well, they choose
so
it.
On.
They choose it though.
But I'm saying we are conditioned to do this. This is the thing that they want us to do.
Yeah.
It's fucking
that's important.
Bizarre.
That word conditioning, I think, is important to keep in with what you just touched on, Lucky. Is that my understanding, if you want to make a conscious choice, you have to have awareness there to do it. Otherwise, we're acting from all of these conditioned. And I cannot encourage anybody enough to check out the polyvagal theory. If you got any kind of trauma stuff going on in your own life, family members or whatever, it really makes so much sense out of like the shit that comes up in our lives cognitively or behaviorally or what have you. And this could apply to us right here or the politicians anywhere. We're all people. And that's where I like to really dig into. That's the meat and potatoes where I think it helps us understand each other and ourselves better, and we can make better interactions with one another, even if it's someone that we are absolutely diametrically opposed to whatever they stand for. We might still be able to interact with them on some level that will be useful, if only to us. If they're shut down and they don't want to be receptive to whatever we're bringing to the convo or what the situation, you know.
Yeah.
But there's always something for me that I see. I always bring it back as like, all right, well, that made me feel this certain way. I'm like, all right, instantly. Now I know with my training, it's like, all right, bring it back to the mirror. It's like, okay, well, what do I need to look at there? But that's what I started to say earlier about the something to being a fault. I don't remember what specific characteristic I was talking about. But
the thought that was wrong to be outward with your socially, like interacting and spurring conversation with people when you see someone suffering, you reach out to them.
Yeah,
I forgot where I was going. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I do that too. Come on, you've watched.
I need more weed.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, if I do it, if my brain's stuttering, I'm like, I need to smoke a bowl. It's true.
Well, how bad do you need to smoke a bowl if you like I go out to the garage and I go out and do something and I go out there, I'm like, why am I here? I'm like, I was supposed to smoke a bowl. I really need to smoke another bowl and I forgot why. Yeah, okay.
Forgot I needed to smoke a bowl, so maybe I don't need to smoke a bowl right now.
I go with the first thought every time. Usually.
Yeah.
Like, no, yeah, really, I came out here to smoke a bowl, obviously. Why did I leave it in there?
What did you guys see what Jilly put up there?
I wanted to comment on
Steve
that.
Pokemon said that Grateful Dead were spooks.
I heard somebody else mention that recently.
If there were any other band that could very well been surrounded by fucking spooks, it would be the Grateful Dead. Because fucking Owsley was the guy who made all the acid. You know what I mean? And the CIA wanted to know where the LSD was coming from. And, they wanted
to know where it was going too, as well. They that's going back to the test. I think Choosy was talking about that not too long ago. Or was it somebody was talking about the test going back to the acid test and stuff, and they were like releasing it in the Bay Area and trying to track it and see what happens. It was part of the whole MK Ultra type bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Ultra was just one.
That's how Leary got his hands on acid in the first place. Is from the CIA, from the testing that they did.
Yeah, like see right here.
So it's all in tandem. You know what I mean? I don't think Bob Weir is a fucking secret agent guy or something. You know what I mean? I think he's a fucking musician, and they're fucking amazing musicians. They had no extra time besides playing fucking music.
Well, here's the thing. This is my theory on it, though. Because we are so programmed by like the things that we can like respond as if they can respond as if they are in that directive because they're just the way that we've been propagandized, right?
I've been propagandized.
Respond, like they're automatically going to respond the way, even if they aren't working with them. Uh-huh. You know what I mean? Like they might just catch onto that propaganda because it is so like ingrained into what they're programmed to kind of see. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they're not paid propagandists. Like, they're just useful freaking idiots in it because of the influence.
Even, maybe beyond the band itself, like the scene itself. Because obviously that was when I started, the couple last shows that I did go to was just, oh Christ, Giant Stadium. Where I'm like, there's like more hoods than heads showed up. I'm like, everybody wants all the goodies. They come for the candy. They're not coming for the band. I'm like, for crying out loud, it's your footsteps that's keeping that silver bearded bastard alive. Get in there and dance. Dude. Even if you came here for the candy, for Christ's sake, go dance.
Right.
But all the balloons. all the balloons everywhere in the parking lot, and then the freaking cops are out there with freaking AKs and shit. I'm like, what the hell, man?
Dude,
I'm like,
this is at the end.
Oh, that was
People
that
with
was New York.
balloons standing over here, and in a crowd of militant, ne'er-do-wells over here with, Jesus, hey.
Oh, there was
Like,
some
there's
crazy
nobody,
shit. I remember in
look
Orlando.
around, the cops ever.
In Orlando, they tear gassed a bunch of locals outside that were throwing beer bottles. Now the tear gas is wafting over the top of the stadium into the fucking stands, and everybody's coming out all red-faced and fucking snot because there's tear gas inside the show. Like, awesome. This is great. And
Wow, man, tear gas, what a buzz, man.
Yeah, what a fucking buzz. That goes really good with
You
lunch.
can't make it up, man. It's so insane. It's like
it turned into like Apocalypse Now in that fucking show, dude. I mean, I was high as
where was
motherfuckers.
this?
Orlando. Yeah, Orlando, Florida. And
what year?
Oh God, what year is that? 94?
How funny is it?
It was the year before the last year. Yeah, so it was 94.
You can ask ahead, like, what they did last week or where they were. They will not know. But if you ask them about a show, they can tell you if they were at that show every time.
Well, a lot of people are like that with sports statistics, right? I don't have a brain for either.
Super fucking meticulous with their sports tech.
It's nice being me in that regards when I can't remember squat, because then it's like everything is, when I revisit it, it's like, oh, this is kind of new. It's like,
That's cool. You get to live it twice.
Yeah, I don't listen to the radio. I don't watch television. So if I ever see or any of that stuff, it's like, like you guys are saying, too. It's like, I think I said in another chat again, I just finished compiling this huge database of movies for my ex and our son. And I realized it's like I get to the end of this, and I mean there's like 2,000 movies and documentaries and concerts and all kinds of shit. Most of it I've gotten for free. I probably shouldn't be saying this, but
that's great.
Allegedly,
it's lovely.
Yeah,
allegedly.
Yeah, bro.
It's a story.
But, and I kind of realized I had to laugh at myself recently. My ex and I used to do that whole movie speak thing, or we'd finish each other's sentences and we talk in like movie quotes, and the people around us like, what the fuck are they talking about? But she got it and I get it. It's like, I don't know.
No, that's fun.
But I get to the end of this whole list of looking at this stuff, and I mean, I'll watch it, I'll go there, but I'll get like 10, 15 minutes or something. Like, I don't want to watch this anymore. Like you say, I realize everything is so. I'm like, Christ, this is propaganda too. Like you see through all of it, like not this too. I'm like, you can't. It's what my buddy said a while back. You can't unsee the wizard.
Yeah,
and that's for true. And
it's fucking straight up.
No,
I feel that way, absolutely. Like every single thing that I try to go back to that I thought was amazing quality is disappointing now. That's fucking weird.
It really is. I gotta wonder if anybody else would kind of concur with. I heard the term not too long ago, hell in the hallway. I don't know if you all have ever heard that term before. Did I lose you?
No, we're here
okay.
listening.
It did kind of freeze up for a second.
There's like a hum or something.
Steve has to. Oh, is there a hum?
Might be on my end. I don't know. It comes and goes.
Oh, it might be the charger that we had plugged in.
That's all right. We can go for a little while.
Oh, that might have been it.
So, did you see this?
Get my glasses back.
About the dead says.
I've read like the CIA and the Grateful Dead and a bunch of things about the CIA and LSD.
Well, you have to say what you're responding to.
I'm responding to the link. Another worldview.
Another worldview is possible.
Yeah, he said keep an open mind and look at the links that I dropped in the chat. The CIA and the music and drugs business and the mafia.
Oh yeah,
all have overlaps. You have to say what it is because some people aren't watching, like, and reading it.
Yeah, my bad. I can see that way, and I can't see this way. Yeah, that too. I found some interesting documentaries that went from the mid-late 80s where MK Ultra type programs were being conducted or financed anyway up in Canada on people unwittingly. They didn't have a fucking clue and doing all kinds of crazy. Some of it was really obvious and overt in how they were doing it. But then it kind of really, if you look at the big picture, I got some interesting I tried posting a couple documentaries to my channel, and YouTube was like, boom, no, like 5 times in a row. I'm like, okay, fine. But they wouldn't, yeah, man, like there's all the shit that I don't even want to say that too loud, I guess, but man, it's so crazy. Like everything, like you say, is a fucking lie. It's all a construct. Like there's no place that's sacred. There's no, I mean, Earth is sacred. We're sacred. But I mean, it's any of the constructs that we have that we've all been led to believe in are all absolute bullshit. The whole shining city on the hill thing. Come on, man. I know. I mean, I have Blackfoot heritage on both sides of my family. Not that I was brought up around the fireplaces of my ancestors, mind you, but I have a lot of respect, and I have, a number of acquaintances and friends from, native country. And I just, you can't look at shit the same way when you just see the level of poverty and it's ongoing genocide, and we don't even fucking talk about it. It's like,
People
that's just
talk about genocide.
another day in the fucking
first
USA.
Rule of Genocide Club. No talking about it.
Yeah, if I don't acknowledge it, then it's not there, right? Like it's the same reason why they want people to like leave the parks that are homeless. It's like if I don't see it, then I don't have to deal with it. It messes with their brain to the point where it's like they just don't, they deny it because they don't want to have to acknowledge it and then decide whether they're going to willfully ignore it or not. That's where a lot of people don't like open their minds to. I think it's because they want to be able to ignore it. They're comfortable there.
That's true. I think most people stay in their little safe little fear porn bubble,
That's what we're taught. That's the conditioning. I don't know what it takes for everybody. I think it was the trauma for me in my life that was. It's like I saw the wizard when I was like less than 3, like a scary fucking wizard, like an evil wizard, whatever you call. And But you don't go back to sleep. I mean, it's you do find yourself not that it makes you like immune or bulletproof to bullshit in general entirely, but there's a certain level of it that you feel it, it. I don't know if it's that neuroception, if you want to, whatever you want to call it, but it's like when you grow up in school, it's like, that's bullshit.
You anticipate that energy, that negative thing that is associated with that, and it's part of the same unit somehow.
Well, I think it's being empathic too, and just like being able to feel, the energy around you, and you have a sense of like what's right and wrong. And I think, like, I had a lot of trauma growing up, not to the level that you did, but, like, I feel like, when you go through that, it just, it sucks, but it maybe is stronger as a person and more able to help people that needed that help and to relate in that way. I relate to people, I think, more, and I can find the good in people because I've seen the freaking evil in people. I've seen the dark. And so I know try to find that light in people.
Even that, I kind of feel like I'm sort of like maybe making some headway and like moving past all the societal wonkiness of the mind infrastructure there, where what's normal, the idea of normal. With Gabor Mate has that book out, The Myth of Normal, and I like that, the idea who gets to decide normal. Like you go on Facebook and it's like that little thing I noticed. I haven't been on there either. I did kind of like I was off for a couple of years like you, and I went back on, and it was dumb. And but there's a little thing I kind of it sticks in my mind. It just seems so indicative of the whole fucking idea. It's like most relevant is selected automatically in the comment sections on any given post on Facebook.
Yes.
It's like, well, who the fuck is making the idea of like most relevant? It's like, even if you were following me around.
I know. An arbiter, man.
What makes them think that like this person is more relevant? And then they ask you like, what's on your mind, right? Like that's what it says in Facebook. What's on your mind? You can't tell them what's really on your mind. Only within the self-censorship of Facebook's mind.
But
which can change at any point in time too. So
that is if we can, and that's sort of like how I look at like my work is perhaps it's the work for humanity is to try and to the best of our ability widen our lens as much as possible, like an anthropologist would, and not take any of the assumptions of the culture for granted and just look at all this stuff and go, oh, wow, that just doesn't, there's no logic, there's no reason, there's no compassion. It's like,
These
I'm
people-
just that miserable bastard who likes to follow things to their logical conclusion and go, well, so what if you do this, what is going to be thus? You know what I mean? It's like, well,
Yeah.
we know this. This is a broken record. We don't need to keep hearing this. It's just, I just try to get out of that home, the mind fuckery of everything all the time, and I'm like, wow. I find myself saying that so often, like, wow, that is like, and I hear you guys say it or somebody else in a chat or whatever. I'm like, damn straight. I'm like, and it seems like, we're actually not that far away from each other. I guess probably like within a couple hours or whatever. But I mean, a lot of us are all over the world, and I think that's just amazing.
Yeah.
And it's just, but it's. My brother used to have some kind of joke about that. I forget how it went or whatever. It was something about, I can't remember it, but there was a good one about it. It just seems like, why does it seem like all the people that you really vibe with aren't really your family, immediate family, so to speak, or whatever? It's like our family is so scattered, it seems like. I don't know. But I'm grateful
because
for this.
we're like kind of
again,
like
it's
forced
really nice.
into being those people with, like, you know what I mean? Like, I love my family, but they're not like the same as like kind of like
think
who
there's-
I
I
am.
think you get two different kind of families. You get your natural relations, your blood relatives, and then you have your like you were saying, like you zoom out like an anthropologist, and you have your family that's spread all over the cosmos. You know what I mean? And like there's some over here and there's some over there, and it's like that's where all the people are. That's where your people are. You know what I mean? Like your actual people. The people on Earth that you're blood related to can be those people as well, but a lot of times they're not.
Yeah.
Well, my daughter,
that's
like,
the way it
her and I are like just one in the same, and you know what I mean? Like, we are very close. Like, and I don't have that same relationship like with my mom, and so, it's like the way that I brought her up is completely like so different than the way that I was brought up. So because I go to such a different extreme, I don't relate with them on the same way that I guess I would if I was, if I was more like they are, like, like,
Are you talking about your mother or your daughter?
no, my mom, like my mom, I raised my daughter so different than like how I was raised. So to me, it's like, I'm like, her and I are really close, but I'm not close with my mom in that way. Just because I've always kind of like, everyone's like, I'm the black sheep. I'm like, no, I've always been like the rainbow sheep, like, and I grew up as a military brat. So we moved every couple of years.
I'm a rainbow sheep.
And so I was like, my mom said I was, the first time we moved, we went from Washington State to Louisiana, and I was 4. And my mom said I went out and started knocking on the neighbors' doors and saying, do you have kids my age? Do you have kids my age? And I went out and found my tribe, so, like it's.
She got gumption, this girl.
You learned something from the recruiter, something useful from the recruiters on the base, I guess, huh?
Exactly. She's like,
I know,
you
right?
You need fucking
Putting that to
soldiers.
good use.
Go get them.
But I went and found my friends, and then we got in trouble, and I was a troublemaker, but it was because I was creative, like
You got to be creative to make trouble.
It's always the
I
creative
wasn't a
people who are
military
labeled
kid.
the troublemakers, right?
That's true.
Aren't those
Since
the
the
people
dawn
we
of
often
time.
sort of put up on the pedestal a bit, or at least, show our adoration in some regards?
Yeah.
Absolutely. It kind of goes back to, I don't know if I finished saying it earlier. You made me think of, that dude who got out of that Beamer and wound up joining us for a cup of soup that night or whatever. I just, to expand on that a little bit, you had said something earlier than that too, that, that summer for me, I just got a chance to see so many different opportunities like were presented to people, and they would often be so bizarre. Like the shit would just come up like in the moment or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It could be something that unfolded over a little bit of period of time. Often it was really spontaneous, but
it's
there were these
organic.
yeah, exactly. I love that. Right, holistic and organic. Exactly, for real.
Yeah.
It just opportunities would arise through whatever serendipity, happenstance, and somebody would be afforded an opportunity that they hadn't previously had to shine in some way, to do something, to be a part of, because at the gatherings it's all include, come on in and do, you want to help cook, you want to make music, whatever, it's all about
Sure.
sharing the love and
Yep.
bolstering each other, and I saw that, and it wasn't just at the gatherings. I maybe because I had started to reattune a little bit my perspective, the whole trip out there, being in the Rockies in and of itself, being in Yellowstone kind of is a mind altering thing in and of itself.
Right.
Definitely a psychedelic experience for real. I guess my point is, I've seen so many times then and since, where not so much since around here, unfortunately, but it might be on me. But just when people are afforded an opportunity to shine, they often do. So it's like, where in our society do we really have that in any sort of focalized way? There might be a church here or something, but different organizations. That to my mind, it goes back again to the idea of like mutual aid for the soul. Like on some level, it's like there was like a spat a while back where, going back to ex-girlfriends and stuff, my ex-girlfriend and my sister from another mister shared a duplex. And my ex's eldest son had a friend who said something stupid on Facebook, and next thing you know, the FBI are like looking to talk to everybody that this kid knows and all this shit. And so dudes in suits show up at my sister's place, and she don't like dudes in suits. She ain't a dudes in suits kind of guy at all. Yes. She's good people, but that ain't her crowd. She's good with everybody. She's a wonderful people person. But so she was none too happy to see the dudes in suits. And so, it all got squared away. Nothing bad happened or whatever, but they did get involved, and they were at her door, and she was pissed about it. And we got to talking about that a little bit. And she had called me while I was on my way home from, they were out in Pittsfield at the time, and I was driving my way back home. And so I took the call on speakerphone, hands free, and we were talking, and she was, venting. And so I'm just listening, and it just got me to thinking, like, she was kind of pissed at the kid, at my ex's kid. And I'm like, that's not really what this is all about. Like, in my mind, it's like, this whole thing is like, look, I understand the kid said something stupid, and there was a whole spat of, serious stuff going on. Kids are venting, they're reaching out online, and violence, and I get it. You know what I mean? But I think it's a little bit of an overreach. You know what I mean? It's sort of like you're taking a sledgehammer for something that needs a finer tool type. My whole thing to my sister was that, so she was primarily pissed because of the dudes in suits. I don't think she had gotten through that, and I was trying to reason through with her. It's like, look, I've had the FBI in my life. Yeah. After my father was murdered, the FBI were the ones who sought and captured the killers afterwards. That's their thing. But so I know I have a little bit of experience with this, and it's like I was like, look, it just. She was sort of like, I think, being stuck in an emotional spot and having been propagandized previously. Went to, and I think that's kind of what you were touching on a little bit ago. She automatically went there with this is how you're supposed to be. Like, oh, they're the experts, they're the authorities. This is a serious matter. So the whole community kind of, how I look at it, stands with their hands in the fucking air and calls the cops in all these different instances. Where's our community? Yeah. Where do we have these opportunities? And I'm guilty of it too. Like, none of my neighbors hate me for the most part. I have a couple that love me, whatever, but you know what I mean? And you hear that a lot. People don't talk to each other anymore. We don't have community all but.
It goes from A to Z like in a second. Like, 0 to 60 in 4 seconds, like a fucking Tesla. You know what I mean? Like, from calling the cops, or from some kid saying, I'll fucking kill you, to boom, the cops are there. You know what I mean? There's no intermediary people to
right.
Like,
and that's not there. There's no nuance involved in that whole scenario. It's like, in all fairness to any of the cops at all, as human beings, you shouldn't be called to these situations. It's not, you're not trained. They're barely trained to operate the shit that they have, obviously, because they're out there fucking whacking people in record numbers. Right. And, I don't want to get into that whole thing necessarily. We can go there too if you want. But
mental health issue.
Right.
Thing.
That's what we need. We need
a community of people to be able to look out for each other and to understand certain situations, command different attentions and things. You know what I mean? Have some fucking have some way to gauge it so it doesn't go from
nuance.
The dude suits being the hammer at your door. You know what I mean? That's what
And I mean, granted, they didn't kick the door in. They weren't there. It wasn't like a movie scene or anything. They were very polite. And my ex-girlfriend said they were kind of nerdy, actually. And whatever, she at their discussion at the kitchen table, and they kind of I think she even asked them, if I remember correctly now, she kind of pointed to him. She's like, "Don't you think this is a little over the top?" And they both kind of just sat there for a second in dumb silence and of agreement, and they were like, "We got a job to do." That's the whole goddamn problem. Stop. You push a button. It's like, this is not machinery. I think somebody said that recently. It got me thinking. Is that Descartes? Who came up with the idea of the whole mechanical idea of the universe? Was that Descartes? Whoever that was fucked us up. There's probably some accuracy to that. You could look at that, but that's not how it really works. There's something else going on that if you don't at least allow for that to be examined in all various scenarios, you're a deeply unserious person, as far as I'm concerned, no matter how sciencey you are. No, it doesn't. There's so much, and we stand in the way of nature at every turn, whether it's our laws or our language, our relationships. That's why I talk so much about intergenerational trauma, and that's my understanding at this point as to how that occurs, how that perpetuates, is that we either we don't talk about all the horrific shit that we experience at all, or B, when we do, we're only allowed to talk about them in, again, these sort of specific prescribed narrative frameworks. And that goes back to fucking people up at the attachment level, because you need to be able to be authentic. Like Gabor Mate really fucking nails it with this stuff. To be authentic in a relationship with another caregiver, hopefully your parents, but some other caregiver, it's a biological imperative. It's not like, oh, well, it didn't happen. Oh, well, suck it up, get a helmet. Well, fuck you and your helmet business, buddy, because that's not how this stuff works. When that goes wrong, nothing else happens right after that. You have to sacrifice yourself, your true self, in order to have that love, that relationship. That might be in the form of, being sexually molested or beaten or verbal, any, manner of various neglect or straight up abuse or whatever. But that pattern continues into the bigger framework of society, where we're all supposed to just like be used to being beaten on and being used. And, just everybody I know is just like, if you have a job, they're so goddamn tired at the end of the day, they just want to, I did my part. I paid my taxes, put their feet up, crack a beer, put on fucking Law and Order, and, life is good. I'm like,
and get programmed.
Yeah, exactly. They don't call it programming for nothing.
Exactly.
And I get it. We're all fucking
that
tired.
Was like a slap in the face to realize that television programs like that, just realizing those two words. It seems
so innocuous. So fucking Leave It to Beaver. It's like, well, what was wrong with that? Well, it's like, well, because it got in everybody's heads. It's like, that's how things are supposed to be. That nuclear family, is that the idea? Yeah, no, man. Yeah. We get in nature's way all the time, and it's like we get in the way, and then it's like the whole, what is it, Sattler, the pill family there,
Sackler,
making all the drugs, get everybody all hooked and shit, and then turn around and apply for the rights to make a drug to treat the drug addiction that they caused to begin with. And it's like, but that model is every fucking place you go.
That model is exactly what
everybody knows
all over the world right now.
Everybody knows what's happening, like, all the time with that. Like, you should not be running information about a drug company on a TV and having their stock market rates right there. Like, hello.
Stock tickers going by as they're brought to you by Pfizer.
Oh, their stocks are going down or up.
They ought to just like stick in these like little subliminal little FU fingers in the ticker tape thing for anybody even. It's awful. It is, and it's like, where do you break?
I remember a photography class when I was a kid, like in high school, and they were showing us how the advertising used subliminal hidden things in graphics, like magazine ads, cigarette ads, liquor ads, all these different things, like lots of sex and, bikini-clad women and all kinds of stuff hidden in the graphics.
And that is all the shit that the CIA bases all that programming shit on. At this point, I think MK Ultra,
all of it,
yeah. It's been released on the general population now. That's what's going on. Whether this is a simulation or whatever, I don't know. But I think that they've really been. The Operation Paperclip came over. They continued the work. They perfected it. They did it here. They did it there. The LSD in the 60s, whatever. Pick a freaking spot. There's always some kind of bullshit going on. And now here we are.
The LSD
just throw a dart and you're going to hit something, man.
But the LSD, that whole thing backfired on them. So,
well, sort of. It kind of woke up some people But like,
But they
it's
didn't
us
want people to
battling
wake up.
together. It's
Yeah, but
us, you know what I mean?
they
It's
don't-
like-
They thought it was going to be a
Unfortunate
truth serum,
side
not
effect.
like it is a truth serum. It clears out your mental cobwebs, but it's not how they wanted it to be. But hey, I'm glad.
Caution.
I'm glad.
May cause consciousness.
May cause consciousness. Yeah,
I know.
There should be a
May
warning
lead to a-
label.
We need a warning on the in the beginning of the stream. Warning: this stream may lower your blood pressure. Like the rest
Or
of
may-
them, they should
it
have
may
a they should
raise
have a
it, though.
warning
Some
the
of
other way.
Some of the things you talk about get people pissed off, and I don't
Well,
know. Some people need to get pissed off.
I didn't say it will guaranteed to lower your. I said it may.
I strive to lower
And
people's blood pressure with my music.
And I really,
Yes.
I'm really trying to bring myself to the, to understand everybody's perspective. It's like I have my, we all have our, whatever, set perspectives, and if we're willing to be able to be malleable and open, so be it. But wherever we meet, there's always the work there to be done. But it's like sometimes you just don't. I mean, I often joke that the town I live in now. I don't out myself just yet, but the town I live in now, I would say, other than the accent, you could pick it up, pluck it up, and put it somewhere over in Texas. And aside from the accent, nobody, it's all that you guys are all this. This is Trump country. I'm like, it's like a gated community, and the gates are invisible. Leave your money and then get the fuck out of town. They voted down the bike path a bunch of times. Like you see all these poor bastards pedaling down the highway on like this much space. And it's like, you guys have kids. It's like, maybe you feel like you can, like, if one gets hit, you can crap out another one, you can afford it. But I would protect my child if I were you. Why do you want him to be on the side of the road? I don't know.
Right?
My
Don't
uncle
you want
got hit
him
on the
to
side
ride
of the
his
road in the
bicycle
50s.
over there in the woods instead of fucking along the fucking roadway.
Because then
I
it
don't
always
know,
comes
man.
down to like money somehow, and it's like, are you kidding me? Like
Priorities.
we
Where are
have
the
we have
priorities?
towns though that are like very close to us that are like completely like Trump towns.
Yeah, like every single
Like
sign
it is really
on
like
every single lawn.
yeah, like I just go by and flip off all
But
the
we're in
lawn
a-
signs,
we're in a-
whether it's
a
Biden or
demonstratively
Trump.
blue
I'm like,
state,
I'm driving by like, oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I still talk to you, but fuck you.
Right. And I
Oh
just
my
kind of
gosh.
caught myself doing this right here, right now. It's like I didn't mean to leave it like at like Trump country, or whatever, because it's like
Yeah.
because I wanted to work through that a little bit. Is that I was going to say a good percentage of the people I went to school with are now like they would self-identify as rednecks, even though we're in Western Mass. You know what I mean? They're very clearly conservative. They're they love their families. They're good people. When you talk to them, they're generally speaking, they're not going to punch you in the face. You're not going to have a problem with them until you start talking politics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, and the weird thing is, it's like I'm no good at this, and I really want to learn how better to meet people on our common grounds. Everybody's got to eat. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't know.
There's
I don't
this
know.
funny thing that happened, right? Like, so Steve and
Exactly,
Skylo, my daughter, we were out fishing. I think I was magnet fishing. They might have been fishing. I don't remember. But I come back from like the dock and I'm like, I just had like this whole this was like before the election. So like things were pretty tense, right? And I was like, I just had this whole conversation with this dude and he's like a Trumper. And they both look at me like, oh God, like, oh no, really? Like, oh. And like, so that was their guttural like response to it, right? And then I start telling them about the conversation that I had. And I asked him why he supported Trump and like how, like basically how can you ignore the things that you don't align with him, like the awful things that he is, like how he's treated women and all that stuff and like the different things. And I was like, how do you know what I mean, like how do you like do that, like how do you go around that, like in your own mind, and stuff like that. So I asked some things like that and I got really like he was like, I don't know. People like really hadn't questioned me about it in that way. So it's like, until someone like, you just have to figure out a way to like relate to a person and talk to them. I mean, because we sat there and had this like amazing conversation. And I was like, listen, I'm not for Biden or Trump. Like, but, you know, and I was like, and we talked about all kinds of stuff, like politics and like things that, you know, most people might like look at their family and say, we're not talking about those things. Right. And, but you just, it has to be on a level where it's not attacking, like they don't feel attacked by what you're saying. Right. You know, like there has to be a common understanding of respect, you know, between the two of you or, you know, the group of people. Like I will talk to anybody and I'll ask like, you know, pretty crazy heavy questions to people that I don't know, but I have like really amazing conversations with people. Like they just kind of like open up and just tell me, like, I mean, I asked a Afghanistan vet, like, you know, how he felt about things now, like what he knows now after he was there and came home, you know, and, you know, he really looked at me like you could tell, like he wanted to talk about that, you know, like, but if people don't ask, you know what I mean? Like that, you know, if people don't have real conversations, then, you know, like it's never gonna work. And
right,
so,
exactly. And that's what I'm talking about. You're providing that opportunity, like I was saying, a stage for them to shine, to dance on, to what, you know, however you want to put it. Yeah, because if it's like they're, you know, moving in one direction, it stays in the same direction until something else kind of knocks it out of its, you know, its trajectory or whatear.
I mean, and I had just met this guy. Like I had just met him, like talked to him, like, and because of Leo, it was Leo that you know, he wanted to say hi to him. And Leo, like, you know, he's not like a little dog. He's really like a big dog that, you know, like he likes to swim and go kayak and, you know, hiking. Like, you know, he's up for all of it. And so, you know, he might be 7 pounds, but he's like really like a big old like lab, you know, when it comes to, you know, being lovey with people and just he's made friends with every dog that he's ever met, even dogs that people say, like, my dog is not friendly.
Like, my dog will eat your dog.
And he ends up walking around on his little hind legs and, like, looks him right in the eye and is like, hey, well, you know, I'm just like you, you know? So, like, he brought me together.
Yoda in a pooch suit.
Yeah.
Like, so he does that, you know, and, like, so people are naturally drawn to me, you know, before that, but then like now with him, it's like there's an icebreaker there.
When you have a backwards pooping dog, you can talk to anybody. I mean, I think it's.
Yeah, if that's not going to, you know, if they're not, that doesn't break the ice, then the ice will not be broken.
That's right.
That just is.
I know, right?
You could probably drive on that ice.
You could. You could have a kegger on that ice. You could.
Again, though, I think I find it absolutely fascinating. And I'm so grateful for that factor of how animals, like a dog, especially if you're out and about, can be that they're able to, again, master teachers. Wouldn't we normally in your mind sort of envision some form of a guru or something to like hold space for people, to bring people together, to be able to just simply share their hearts or whatever. And I just find it awesome that animals are able to do that. And they don't give well, they do give a shit. They give a shit upside down, right? But I mean. Yeah. You know, it's like they don't deal with the crap that we, again, going back to sort of people who have sort of more, I don't know what the appropriate term is anymore, but, you know, more sort of like developmental disabilities going on or whatever, you know, who interact with the world differently.
Yes.
You have to come, I don't know, you have to be your realest, most authentic self, I think, in order to interact with either animals or people who have, you know, for lack of better term, special needs or whatever. I don't even like that term. Fuck your what's so special? Their needs. Why are your needs special? I don't. I mean, maybe they are. And I don't want to be rude about it, but I'm.
Yeah.
I don't know. However, people need to identify their experiences. That's how I support. I just, you know.
It's the problem with trying to pigeonhole every little, you know, articulate every little fucking thing.
People are just fucking people, man. I don't.
You know,
we
don't need to. You know, it's like it's your friend who is a little slower than the other guy. You know, fucking whatever. I don't.
This is my third slowest friend. My first slowest friend at work today.
You got to see my friend Larry. He's like my 17th slowest friend. He's got a BA and.
Hey, as long as you're not just like hanging out with him just to feel like you're smarter, I think it's okay.
Measuring your friend's intelligence might be bad.
I I can almost
They might be actually
guarantee-
more intelligent because they haven't because their filter isn't the same as ours, right? Like we comprehend it better, right? So we comprehend the propaganda better, maybe.
Yeah, we do. We embody it better.
Yeah.
We can function within its fucking confines better.
Like, do they resist it
the
more?
other person.
You know what I mean?
And
Like,
I
Maybe.
think a lot of other that other state of being, be it in animals or when people are able to embody that, it does something to be able to sort of. There's a buffer there. There's a little bit of a bullshit buffer, and I think that creates enough space for the good stuff to get in, for people to open up and say, I'm the same. Oftentimes those people will come to me. Like, I'll be out in public. I remember one time I was bored out of my tree at home. My buddy stopped by. He's like, "Oh, I'm going clothes shopping." I'm like, "Dude." It was just so goofy, but I'm like, that's how bored I was. So I went to the store with him, and I'm just kind of milling around. And I saw her a mile away. I saw her walk in the door, and she made a beeline straight to me. Like, I don't know. Like, I had I'm like, somebody was behind me going like this. She walked straight up to me and just launched into all this deep stuff about her life. I don't remember any specifics, but she was lonely, and she was a little shaken. Something had happened on the ride over there. I don't know, but I talked with her for a little while. That kind of brings me to another thing about holding space and stuff for people. I know like that term gets abused a lot, but
no, it's important. That's really important.
Right, it is. I kind of
legitimate statement saying holding space.
The term, yeah, I do too. I have to. My way through a lot of this stuff is to just break it all down and laugh at a lot of it. Anyways, I'm just a goofy bastard anyway, and so it's like that's kind of how I deal with stuff. But
it's easier to do that.
It's our coping mechanism, right?
Right,
Like that's how we cope with the trauma and not let too many things
God.
overwhelm us all at once, right? Like
I would be swinging
like
in the
the day
breeze
that
if
my
I didn't have a sense of humor.
I had this day, I won't go
Amen.
into any of it today. I'm going to do a different stream about just this, but I lost, like 2 friends in one day, and like people came to my house and they just held space with me. They just sat here. They didn't question me. They didn't push me to talk. They didn't, it was just they just sat there and they just held that space with me. And same thing when I spoke at my friend's funeral. Skyla, my daughter, she just naturally just came up with me and just held space with me while I'm up there on a microphone talking to 100 people about my best friend that had just died. And it was one of the hardest things that, that I had to do. But my daughter was there and she just came up and stood next to me, and that right there, that support, that is an amazing thing to be able to do for somebody. That's a gift to somebody.
Yep.
I think absolutely.
Yeah, and it's important.
What you just described about that woman coming to you in the store, making a beeline for you. I've been on receiving end that myself, and I've seen Lucky be on the receiving end of that, like bunches of times, like random people. Just like unloading like all this emotion and stuff that they hadn't been able to tell whoever else was with them or whatever, and they just like walk straight up to them and say the thing. And it's happened to me too, like people like, who's this person? I don't remember, you know what I mean? And I played with
yeah,
so I met like hundreds of people, thousands of people over time, and is this just somebody that I'm not remembering who they are or what? You know what I mean? Exactly. They're just like telling me everything all at once. Well, like, holy shit.
What happens is
weird being on the receiving end of that when I don't know. I haven't been on it all the time, when it hits me, it's like, wow, this is.
Yeah, it can be, I don't want to say unsettling exactly, but it sort of, it takes you off your guard a little bit, like, oh, wow. And then sort of, I again, having, been dealing with the suicidal ideation my whole life, I really am as proactive as I can, at least to my perspective. And so I'm always like doing research and whatever. And I forget, I should have gotten the book because I actually thought about this before we went on here. Anyway, I had read this book by this local author, a little older than me. She had written the book about living with suicidal ideation and surviving it. And I think the book was called How I Survived While My Brain Was Trying to Kill Me.
Oh, wow.
Something to that effect. It was really good book, very easy read, despite the subject matter. So I'd gone to Greenfield to go to a book signing, and she was going to speak. So we went. It was a very small space. We were in there for a couple hours. It was a great, a great time, whatever you want to call it. I don't want to get the wrong way of putting it, but it was a really nice space, and I got a lot out of it. And I was going to get my book signed afterwards. So I was in line, but it kind of was a little crampy. I got a little bit of claustrophobia going on, so I was like, well, I'm just going to jet. But it was so small that you couldn't help, like the line was like by the door. So like, as you walked out, you couldn't help like pass the author. So I just sort of like, put my hands, to my heart, and I was just sort of like, mouthed the words, thank you. I didn't want to interrupt. And I kind of like held up the book and I smiled. I'm like, right on, kind of thing, and walked at the door and didn't think anything of it. And, she left, she dropped everything and chased me like a half a block down the street to make sure I was okay.
Wow.
And I mean, that was, I don't know how many, 5-6 years ago at least. And I still remember that. And it was like this quick little, I don't know, I was just so touched by that. And I like, wow, man. And so she signed my book, and she wrote something really cool in there. I can't remember, like "You Matter" or something. And I don't mean to downplay that. I just can't remember it. It was really touching. And I have a hard time not crying just thinking about it. But almost a week to the
beautiful.
day. So I used to attend the Shambhala Center in Northampton, and they used to have this wonderful thing on Wednesday nights called Sit and Talk, where we do 20 minutes of formal meditation in the shrine room together. And they offered instruction and meditation if you'd never been before. They did like a separate space and stuff's really nice. And then we'd break afterwards, and they had some like tea and some cookies or something, and then like a little living room type area where we'd read some sort of westernized Buddhist text, something in English, and then afterwards we go around the room, everybody gathered, and it's like, so how does that relate to your practice? And this and that, and start from them, and it would always go out into other stuff in the conversation. That conversation, again, I don't remember the specifics of it. I am a stoner, and I do have some degree of brain damage, but the conversation was really good. It was like manna that night. And usually I'm like, as I am now, I'm very, with the logorrhea, and generally they were appreciative of what I had to share. But that night, whatever we were talking about that night, really, it was I was just processing. I was like, wow, this is really good. Taking it in, so I was kind of quiet. So at the end, someone had said something to me. Are you okay? You were talkative tonight too much. I'm like, no, I'm good. So we broke up. I went and I got a slice of pizza, and I walked back across the street. And I'm sitting all by myself. There's all people all over. I was in Northampton, people all over the place.
Yeah, it can be busy.
And I'm all by myself, just quiet. Yeah, it's kind of like a circus sometimes, right? So I'm all by myself, all over here, just being cool, quiet. And this, just like you said, this dude walks up to me with the familiarity of which I was sort of beating myself up initially. I'm like, oh, I've totally spaced this dude's name.
Yeah.
I mean, I swear, like, and so it took me aback for a moment there, and he launched into, and he was probably, I'd say, I'd guesstimate, 10, 15 years younger than I was at that point. And he launched into these, he was fully planning, like right then and there, like when he got up and walked away from me, to go kill himself.
Oh my God.
And I was like, holy shit, man. And I'm like, of all the people you could have sat next to, and I'm like, I'm thinking of, like, this is afterwards, I'm thinking about all these synchronicities and stuff, but I think his name was Jesse, if I can remember correctly. Sorry, I can't remember, but I mean, we must have sat there for like 3 hours just talking, and wow. I'm like, dude, I can't, it's not my place to tell you what to do with your life, brother, but and I feel like an absolute hypocrite telling you your life matters when I feel like fucking jumping off that building over there every other Tuesday myself, Right. It's like, wow, I don't mean that literally, but I mean, I apologize for the hyperbole there, but I don't know, there's just something to that. And again, it's just that willingness to be able to hold space. I think there's a certain degree of, I'm learning now about resiliency. That's what, like the polyvagal theory and all that sort of information is really informing about.
You are resilience. You are like the definition of resilience, brother. Like,
I don't feel that way though. You know what I mean?
Shit,
it's like, there's like a whole other narrative outside in the world coming on. It's like, you are a piece of crap and all this. I'm like, whoa. I'm like,
no.
I tried drinking that Kool-Aid, man, but I puked it up and I can't do it anymore. I'm like, I'm being fed on the truth. I don't know what to do, but there is. But
no, you're a beautiful person. Like, dude, you are. Oh my God.
Truly,
you're amazing. I'm so glad to know you. Like, and to hear this side of you. Like, we don't hear this. You don't get to hear this inflection. You know what I mean?
That's kind of what I wanted to come on here. So even if I, if if Donnie Darko happens and a jet engine crashes on me tomorrow, at least I will have had a chance to say this and say thank you. And I love you guys, all of you guys, all in the chat. I can't see what's going on. I do apologize, but no, I just kind of wanted to really just really drive that point home. And I just always encourage us to try and focus on that ability to be with all of this uncomfortable shit in whatever way that we can, to the best we can. Like, what I'm learning now, like somebody in my position who's like, we've got severe developmental stuff going on, you have to, what's that term if I'm pronouncing it correctly, titrate? You have to kind of go at it a little bit at a time, nibble at it. But again, there's that gentleness and precision, there's the process. But again, going back to what I was saying earlier too, and you guys keep touching on this in so many ways, is like everybody doing their own personal evolutionary work, healing work, whatever term works for you, is that we're able to show up for each other. We're able to sort of create that space, like you said, if someone walks up to us, or maybe we need it sometimes to be able to, because that's an important thing too. It's like you learn through all the self-help stuff going back, whether it's as simple as like, AA, or, they're always taught, ask for help. That's the important, that's the responsible thing to do. That's a healthy thing to do. Right. And again, our cultures, that whole bootstrap thing was a joke when they said it to begin with. The people who said it was a fucking joke. How did that come to be like the golden rule somehow?
Dude, it's impossible to do. Like, it's an impossible thing. Like,
the fucking the folly of that is that everybody's embraced it. Like, that's the fucking the thing to aspire to be self-made is the most noble of fucking things and goals to have. No, I say
self-made. Do you not have a mama?
How about be open like a vessel for the person who needs you when the time comes, if the time comes. You know what I mean? Being that person, I think that's a way more noble fucking goal than busting your ass to drive a fucking Beamer or whatever it is,
Right.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Drive a Beamer. I guess I ain't gonna knock you, but I mean, I like to see people helping each other. Yeah.
I'm like, it's whatever.
That whole conversation you said you had with the that basketball player's kid or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind, but that kind of cracked me up. I don't know if you were like sour about that, but that sort of just goes along with
I was hoping it cracked somebody up because I found it truly ironic. You want to talk about spooks? Bill Walton, Jesus Christ. Come on, man. The redhead, deadhead. I actually had conversations with him on the Boston Garden, like standing on the floor for the first set a couple times, like two different times. He recognized me.
Leo actually has been recognized by the Dead and Company. Like Leo, I have to do a whole story on Leo with Dead and Company. But yeah, like he had Jeff checking him out in the middle of playing in the freaking stadium. It was
we're in
Gillette, right? It was Gillette Stadium.
Just like 100,000 people.
And like we ended up like, oh my God, there was this whole thing like, Leo's my service dog. So like, I went there and they gave me a freaking hard time. They segregated me. They were freaking assholes. And like, yeah, like a whole big freaking thing. But I ended up saying like, I am not going through that huge security checkpoint line again because they made me go off to the side and everything like that. So we ended up going in through the VIP entrance, even though we had like stadium seats, like nosebleed seats in the stadium.
Yeah. So we were
because of that whole thing
on the like stage left coming in, boom.
No. Well, no, okay. We have to, so I was like, how close do you want to get? Cause we ended up getting VIP. That's what the point was, is that we ended up going through the side. So we were going, I thought it was just like a disability like entrance or whatever, but we went through there and they did VIP it gave us VIPs. So like we weren't supposed to be, and I was like, how close do you want to get? Because Leo is cute and I can get us to the front.
And people will move to pet the dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a whole thing.
I felt like I had paparazzi around me because everybody's stopping to take pictures of me and Leo. Can I take a picture with you? I don't even know how many pictures there are out there of Leo and I.
Hundreds of people with fucking phones snapping pictures of Leo passing and just like opening up, parting of the people so we could get
it was like parting of the seat. I was like, I'm just trying to get up here. So like, awesome. Everyone wanted us to be the ones that like we were near them. So everyone's like, oh yeah, come up here. you know? So I get us like, we're like 2 people back from the rail. And we're right under Jeff playing, and he notices me there with Leo, and Leo's got his little earmuffs on, and he's on my shoulder, just, you know, and I'm dancing, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm making eye contact with Jeff in the middle of like, they're playing, like, oh my God, in front of all these people.
It was very, very intense.
And so, like, it was like, I'm like, I mean, and I'm spun out, and I'm like, holy fuck, like, is this really happening, you know? And then he freaking tells John Mayer in the middle of them playing, points me and Leo out. And then I'm looking John Mayer in the eyes like, what the fuck, dude? Like, oh my God, mind blowing, right? I'm like, oh, I can die a happy woman. You know, like, this is just too cool. And then he tells fucking Bob Weir to fucking look at me. And I'm making eye contact with Bob Weir in the middle of all of it. I was like, oh my fucking, like, seriously.
But the coolest part about it, besides Bobby looking at her and me, because I was standing right beside him.
Yeah. Steve was there. But
they put us on the Jumbotron things. So the big screens, we're all on the screens with the little dog and the whole thing.
Yeah, like my friend,
awesome.
my friend Steve Dahl is like,
cute.
he's freaking texting me from, and I'm like, he's like, that was a killer rain. And I'm like, well, where are you? And he's like, no, because I didn't tell him I was going to be at the show. He saw me on the freaking TV.
Yeah, he's streaming it from home. It's like, I just saw you guys on TV. Like,
Oh my God, that's so classic.
Yeah, he has a big Grateful Dead vids and more. Like, he does a whole like big thing. Yeah, and we have like big name like guys that, you know, have the VIP, the backstage, and they're walking by like checking me out with Leo, and I'm just like completely oblivious. And Steve's like, do you realize who's walking by us saying hi to you? And I'm like, oh no, I'm right here watching the boys play.
Just the whole who's who of fucking, you know, Dead and Co. fan base that's there on the rail every time, you know. The whole crew of people. They had to come see what the shit was about. Like,
yeah, they had to come say hi to me.
He couldn't care less.
No.
They can all worship Leo as far as he's concerned.
That's right.
Yeah. Leo's got a fan club.
As it should be.
As it should be.
Excuse me.
It's fun. Leo's a very well-known dog. He really is.
He's borderline omnipotent.
We would be at festivals, and more people would know Leo than Steve. And I think Steve got a little butthurt about that sometimes, being in a band 25 years.
Well, here's let's see.
Did
you ever meet a fellow head here on the East Coast who had it was like a Rottweiler pit bull mix named Wingnut?
Wingnut. I do know a dog. I did know a dog named Wingnut.
I won't mention names because we're actually, well, he's deceased now anyway, but we became not friends after a while. But that dog, everybody knew Wingnut. Like everywhere he went, he was like the coolest tour dog. He was just so mellow and like you couldn't stir him up. Excuse me.
Yeah, my other friends, I have other friends that were friends with them that had one of those dogs that was like kin to him, I think, or something. Like same line, same families or something. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of the rainbow dogs like definitely
Gary,
intermix.
My buddy Gary had his brother Jason had a dog too. So there was like 2 of them. Other than that they look like Wingnut. Anyway, I don't know if they're the same family or whatever. But cool dogs.
I really do like to pay attention to that because I just always sort of like investigating, you know, how, you know, nature, and just again, it just fascinates me, animals' ability to just bring the best out in people so many times. Like, I don't know how many times you walk somewhere on the regular and you meet somebody you see every time, and maybe they're walking their dog too. You guys know each other's dog's name before you know their name. At least I do.
Yes, and sometimes
you probably are. But
That happens all the time.
sometimes I like the people's dogs way better than the people.
Well, yeah.
we got to be patient with the other 2-leggeds. They're still learning from their 4-legged masters, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Steve, are you
Kind of a grasshopper thing.
Are you signaling me that the battery's going to die? Shit.
Yes.
Shit.
Been on for a long time. Wow, it says 4 hours 21 minutes on my end. I don't know if that's the full count on your end.
420.
This has been awesome. Well,
We did
thank
it,
you
guys.
everybody for letting me
Thank you,
babble.
Charlie.
We have to have you on again because like there's some questions in the chat and stuff, and I think that
Yeah, I'm
we
really
would.
sorry.
I think it would be
Normally,
really
obviously
cool.
very interactive, but let me
No,
see
I
real
think
quick.
I think this was great. I love hearing.
I'm happy to come back if you.
Yeah, it was really, really great getting to know you a little bit, and please come back.
Likewise, brother.
Absolutely,
Thank
absolutely.
you for having me on here. This has been really cool. And seriously,
Yeah.
these crazy.
We love
rolling
having
things,
this. Yeah, we've been on for. We'll be. It's getting close to like 4.5 hours. Yeah, we've started having longer streams when it comes to this, but
A little bit longer.
I like it. I think it's.
Thank you, Noli.
I think it's fun. Yes, Noli. Like we absolutely adore Noli. She helped us get the StreamYard on.
Too cool.
And that's just amazing.
Another
So
prime example of this growing family and the energy that we're cultivating here. I just awesome. Thank you. I'm just like happy to be the teeniest little part of this. Is really an honor.
Oh my gosh,
and,
you're a huge part of this. You're a huge part.
Seriously, everybody. I'm afraid to put into words how fucked up shit is for me right now. Sometimes, like I don't want to run into problems because I'm managing pretty well, regardless. But this has been awesome. You know what I mean? I just can't really put into words right now. But it's important for a lot of people. That's why I keep going back to the whole sort of holding space and creating that sort of opportunity for people to shine wherever it is. And to me, that's a form of mutual aid too, because like who doesn't need that?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Those little moments at the convenience store or whatever. One last before I go. So my sister is like super. I don't know what word you want to use without sounding weird. I don't want to use the word psychic exactly. She's a sensitive. Let's put it that way. And her kids are twins, super sensitive, right? So they're in the convenience store one early morning. Everybody's the early morning coffee crowd on their way to work, scratch tickets and all that. And there's this older gentleman in there. She described, she looked like he was living maybe kind of rough and enjoying a coffee in the warmth. It was wintertime. And he was just like, just saying good morning to everybody. He was out of the way. He wasn't in anybody's way or anything. But he was just kind of there. And he was just saying, good morning, God bless you to people. And like, my sister's like, everybody pretty much just ignored him. Maybe a nod or something, a quick little grunt of a hello or so. We are New Englanders after all, right? But,
right.
But then, like, both of her kids just sort of like look at him and we're like waving at him. Oh, no, that's how it was. He said hello to them. She said hello back. The boys just had like this big smile on their faces. And as they turned to go walk out the door, they turned around and said, "Bye, God." And I mean, like, I'm not going to get into all that, but how do you know? I just think that's too cool.
Don't. That's the beautiful thing about it.
I just love that. Yeah, exactly, Julie. And thank you. You know what I mean? Everybody. So
that's amazing.
Thank you, Charlie.
You guys wind me up. I can I'll just talk your freaking battery like it won't even be rechargeable. Freaking level of like babbling that I'm capable of.
Well, threaten us with a good time, pal.
I know. Yeah, we enjoy this. Like like we'll have to figure out a way to like you can always email Steve or we can like swap numbers and stuff. Like if you guys want to, if you guys are like, hey, we need a stream.
You
like
come up and visit. I'll cook you dinner. We can get baked or something and just shoot the shit if you want. I don't know how far it is, but.
Yeah,
figure it out.
It can't be that far. We're in southeastern, Connecticut, so I'm sure
we can get there. We've been past Massachusetts before.
I'm glad you made it out alive.
Yeah.
Some of us are real massholes.
Yeah, this was great. I love having this. I love like having all of you guys here. I appreciate all of you so very much.
Really.
Very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh. Namaste.
We'll see you next time.
Well, how do you guys doing that on your end? How do you get off of this thing? Stop the ride, Jane.
Just hit leave.
Okay, let me see. I can do this. I'm not all like techie. See, there we go.
I did it.
I will see you guys later. Much love.